The moment the door clicked shut, the silence in my apartment was not just a lack of sound, it was a physical weight, pressing down on everything. Sarah's last gasp, a choked sob, was swallowed by it. She stood there, frozen, her face a mask of absolute terror, eyes wide and glistening in the dim light. Her vibrant story, that beautiful, unsuspecting soul, was now a captive audience. I did not move for a long time, just watched her. The coldness within me, that gnawing emptiness that had consumed my life since SD. Jude's finally swelled, filling every hollow space. It was not a pleasant warmth, but a deep, satisfying chill like the final click of a lock. This was it. This was a completion Lena had spoken of. There is no out here. Only in. And now, Sarah was undeniably in. Her eyes, one so full of life and curiosity, darted around the room, landing on the covered shapes. She knew now. She understood. The realization settled over her, heavier than the silence, and her shoulders slumped. The defiance, the fight, seemed to drain out of her in an instant, replaced by a profound, primal fear. "Please," she whispered, her voice raw, barely audible. "Please, just let me go." I took a step closer, and she flinched, pressing herself against the closed door as if trying to merge with it. "Let you go," I heard myself say, my voice steady, almost calm. It was a voice I did not entirely recognize, deeper, more resonant. "But you are perfect, a vibrant story. You are exactly what this collection needs." Her eyes pleaded, but I could already see the transformation beginning. The fear was beautiful, a raw, unadulterated emotion that Lena would have appreciated. It was the purest form of potential. Securing her was easier than I thought it would be. The initial shock had paralyzed her. She did not scream, not really, just whimpered, a low, guttural sound that was more animal than human. I had prepared. The old dog crate, the one I would shown her, was sturdy, reinforced. It had a heavy blanket draped over it, ready to plunge its occupant into darkness. I guided her, gently but firmly, towards it. She resisted, of course, a sudden surge of adrenaline, but it was weak, unfocused. Her limbs were like jelly. "No, please, no," she choked out, tears streaming down her face. "I won't tell anyone. I swear. Just let me go home." "Home." I chuckled softly. "You are home. Sarah, this is where you belong now. Part of the collection." I pushed her inside, the metal clanking as she stumbled. She curled into a ball, whimpering, trying to make herself as small as possible. I pulled the blanket over the front, plunging her into complete darkness. The sound of her desperate breathing filled the room for a moment, then even that seemed to lessen, replaced by the muffled sounds of her quiet sobs. I stood there for a long time, just listening, absorbing the moment. The coldness inside me was no longer just a void, it was a humming energy, a quiet triumph. I was a keeper, a collector, and my first piece was secured. The first few days were a blur of new routines. Her cries, initially desperate and loud, slowly dwindled. They became sporadic, then just whimpers, then silence. I provided her with water and basic food, always through the bars, always keeping the blanket mostly covering the crate. I did not want to engage, not verbally. My purpose was not conversation. It was containment, observation, the study of potential. The other cages, the covered bird cages and rabbit hutches, felt more real now. They were not just empty symbols anymore. They were part of a growing museum, a testament to Lena's chilling philosophy. I would walk among them, a silent curator, feeling the weight of the new reality I had created. Then the whispering started. It was subtle at first, just a faint murmur from Sarah's crate. I dismissed it as her talking to herself, a natural coping mechanism. But it was different. It was not her usual pleas or sobs. It was a low, steady drone like a prayer or a chant. One evening, as I sat in my armchair, pretending to read but mostly just listening to the apartment's new rhythm. A name emerged from a muffled drone. Eliza. I paused, my eyes drifting toward the covered crate. Eliza. Who was Eliza? I had not heard Sarah mention that name before. I dismissed it again. Maybe a friend. Maybe she was trying to get my attention. To trick me. I stayed silent, unmoving. The next morning, as I was pouring coffee, I heard it again. Clearer this time, cutting through the general hum of the city outside my window. Eliza Vance. My hand twitched, nearly spilling the hot coffee. Eliza Vance. That name, it felt vaguely familiar. I could not place it, but a prickle of unease started to spread through me. It was too specific to be random. I walked over to the crate, my steps deliberate. The blanket still covered it, a dark shroud. I could hear Sarah's soft breathing, and beneath it, that low, rhythmic murmuring. Eliza Vance, 23, disappeared from Golden Gate Park 2 years ago. My blood ran cold. The coffee mug slipped from my grasp, shattering on the floor. The sound echoed in the sudden, piercing silence. Sarah's murmuring stopped. I stood there, staring at the covered crate, my heart hammering against my ribs. Eliza Vance, Golden Gate Park, 2 years ago. It clicked. I would see her face on the news. Report, a missing persons flyer shared endlessly on social media. A young woman, bright smile, last seen jogging. Vanished without a trace. How could Sarah know that? I knelt beside the crate, my hand hovering over the blanket. Sarah, I said, my voice hoarse. What did you just say? Silence. Only the sound of my own ragged breathing. Sarah, answer me. Still nothing. No whimper, no sob, just a profound quiet from within the crate. I slowly pulled back the corner of the blanket, just enough to peer inside. Sarah was curled up, facing away from me, her body a small, trembling mound. Her hair was matted, her clothes soiled. She looked utterly broken, but her lips were moving, ever so slightly. Michael Sterling, 38 hiking trails, Santa Cruz Mountains, last fall. My breath hitched. Michael Sterling. Another one. Another face from a news report. A local man who'd gone for a hike and never returned. The stories were always the same as search. A few days of hope, then the slow, agonizing fade into cold case files. I dropped the blanket, covering her again. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This was not right. This was not part of my plan. My collection was supposed to be my collection, my containment. Sarah was supposed to be my vibrant story, but she was speaking names of the missing, and she knew details. I spent the rest of the day in a state of agitated confusion. I tried to dismiss it, to rationalize it. Maybe she would read the news, like me. Maybe she was trying to unnerve me, to play a trick. But the specificity, the quiet, almost trance-like delivery, it did not feel like a trick. It felt like something else entirely. That night, the whispers continued. I tried to block them out, to immerse myself in old books, to listen to music. But they seeped through the walls, through the headphones, into my very bones. Maria Rodriguez 16 bus stop, Oakland 3 months ago. Daniel Chin 52 fishing boat, Monterey Bay last winter. Each name was a fresh stab of ice. Each detail, a chilling confirmation. I found myself frantically searching online, typing in the names I heard. And every single time, there they were, the missing persons reports, the desperate pleas from families, the unsolved cases. How? How could Sarah know? She would have been in my apartment for days. Before that, she was a stranger, an unsuspecting soul. The coldness inside me, which had felt so complete, so satisfying, began to shift. It was no longer my coldness. It felt shared, infused with the chill of countless disappearances. I started to avoid the crate. I would feed her quickly, keeping my back mostly turned, trying to ignore the constant, low murmur. But it was impossible. The names were like a mantra, a litany of the lost, echoing through my small apartment. My private museum of potential was becoming a mausoleum of whispers. One morning, I woke up to a new name, one that made my blood run even colder than before. Lena Petrova. I bolted upright in bed, my heart leaping into my throat. Lena, my Lena, the woman who had opened my eyes to the true nature of in and out, the one who had initiated this whole transformation. Lena Petrova, 27 SD. Jude's facility 6 months ago. The details were sparse, but enough to send a jolt of terror through me. SD, Jude's. 6 months ago. That was when I would last seen her, when she would utter those words that had changed everything. I scrambled out of bed, rushing to the crate. Sarah, I demanded, yanking the blanket off completely. She was still curled up, facing the back, but her body was trembling violently. Her voice was louder now, a desperate, raspy whisper. Lena Petrova, she knew about the others. What are you talking about? I yelled, my voice cracking. What others? How do you know about Lena? She slowly, painfully, turned her head. Her eyes, once vibrant, were now sunken, vacant, staring past me into some unseen distance. There was no recognition in them, no fear, no despair, just a horrifying emptiness. They are all here, she whispered, her voice barely a breath. They are all in. Who is here? I pressed, grabbing the bars of the crate, my knuckles white. Who are you talking about? Her lips move again, forming another name. You. The single word hit me with the force of a physical blow. I recoiled, stumbling backward, tripping over my own feet. Me? I stammered, my mind racing, trying to comprehend. What about me? She did not answer. Her vacant eyes continued to stare, not at me, but through me, as if I were just another translucent shadow in a room full of them. Then the whisper started again, a torrent of names, faster, more urgent than before. Jason, Miller, Rebecca, Thorne, David, Owens, Clarabelle. My head pounded. The names were coming too fast to process, a relentless tide of the lost washing over me. I covered my ears, trying to block them out, but it was useless. They were inside my head now, echoing in the hollow space that had once felt so complete. I looked around my apartment, my museum of potential. The covered cages seemed to pulse with a dark energy. They were not just empty symbols anymore. They were full of echoes, full of the presence of the missing. Lena's words. There is no out here, only in, took on a terrifying new meaning. I had thought I was the one doing the containing. I had thought I was the keeper. But now, it felt like I was being contained. Sarah was not just my captive, she was a conduit, a radio receiver for the voices of the disappeared. And by bringing her into my collection, I had inadvertently opened my apartment and my mind to them all. The coldness that had once brought me satisfaction now felt like a suffocating shroud. It was not my unique brand of coldness anymore. It was a chill of 1,000 unsolved mysteries, 1,000 unanswered questions. It was a coldness of absence, of lives abruptly cut short, of stories left unfinished. I tried to leave the apartment. I grabbed my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold them. I reached for the doorknob, but a wave of nausea washed over me. The apartment seemed to spin, the walls pressing in. The whispers intensified, a cacophony of names, all speaking at once, all demanding to be heard. I sank to the floor, my back against the door I had locked Sarah behind. I was trapped not by bars or chains, but by the overwhelming presence of the lost, channeled to the broken woman in the dog crate. Days turned into a blur of sleepless nights and waking nightmares. I stopped trying to block out the whispers. They were constant now, a soundtrack to my waking existence. I stopped eating, barely drinking. My own reflection in the mirror showed a gaunt, wild-eyed man, a shadow of the person I once was. Sarah, in her crate, seemed to wither further, but the whispers never ceased. Sometimes, I would hear a name I almost recognized, a fleeting memory of a news report, a face on a milk carton. Other times, they were completely new, adding to the endless list. I knew now that I had not understood Lena at all. Her containment was not just about physical restraint. It was about something far more insidious, something that transcended walls and locks. It was about drawing them in, not just the living, but the echoes of the living, the unresolved energies of those who simply vanished. My apartment, once my sanctuary, my perverse museum, was now a prison, and I was not the keeper. I was simply another item in the collection, waiting for my name to be whispered by the next unsuspecting soul who stumbled into this chilling vortex. One evening, as the last rays of sunlight struggled to penetrate the grime on my window, I heard a new whisper. It was faint, almost swallowed by the other voices, but it was distinct. He is here. My heart pounded. Who was he? Was it the police? Someone looking for Sarah. A flicker of hope ignited within me, quickly extinguished by the overwhelming dread. The whispers then shifted, focusing on a single name, repeated over and over, growing louder, more insistent. Lena, Lena, Lena. And then a new voice. Not Sarah's raspy whisper, not the myriad of lost souls. A clear, calm, familiar voice echoing from the very walls of my apartment, as if it had been waiting there all along. Hello, my friend. My head snapped up. It was Lena. Her voice, as cold and precise as I remembered it, seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. You have done well, the voice continued, a hint of amusement in its tone. You have truly understood the meaning of I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands against my ears, try to block her out, to block them out, but it was useless. She was inside my head, just like the others. The coldness. Lena's voice purred. It is not yours anymore, is it? It is theirs. It is everyone's. And now it is yours to keep. Forever. I opened my eyes, staring at the covered crate where Sarah lay, a silent, broken oracle. Her lips were still moving, a continuous, rapid fire of names, a symphony of the disappeared. My gaze drifted to the other cages, the empty bird cages, the rabbit hutches. They were not empty anymore. I could feel them, a multitude of presences pressing in, watching me, waiting. I was no longer just a normal guy. I was no longer even a keeper or a collector. I was just another name, waiting to be whispered. And the coldness, that profound, terrifying coldness, was no longer a sensation of completion. It was the absolute, suffocating terror of being truly, irrevocably in. And there was no out, not for any of us. You know, after that whole midnight special diner incident, I swore I was done with late-night drives and anything remotely resembling a mirage. I spent weeks just trying to shake off the memory of those unblinking eyes, the suffocating silence, and that chilling whisper. You are finally here. It was a lot to process, a lot to try and forget. I mean, how do you go back to normal after something like that? For a while, I did not. I avoided the interstate. I was jumpy around strangers, and sleep became a luxury I rarely enjoyed without the help of a weighted blanket and an unhealthy amount of true crime podcasts playing softly in the background. My friends tried to get me out, to get back to normal, but normal felt like a distant planet. Eventually, though, the world keeps turning, and you either get back on the carousel or you get left behind. So, I tried. I went back to work, forced myself into social situations, and even eventually decided to dip my toes back into the murky waters of online dating. I know, after a harrowing encounter with what might have been some kind of interdimensional diner cult, Maybe swiping through an endless parade of shirtless gym selfies was not the smartest move. But I was lonely. I was trying to reconnect with humanity. And honestly, the thought of meeting someone in person felt less terrifying than the idea of being alone with my own thoughts for another night. Tinder. Yeah, Tinder. It was my go-to time waster during commercial breaks or when I could not sleep, which, let us be honest, was most nights. Swipe left, swipe left, swipe right. Oh God, another fish picture. Swipe left. It was a mindless activity, a way to feel connected without actually being connected. Most of the profiles blurred into one another, the same bland bios, the same forced smiles, the same filters that made everyone look vaguely inhuman. Then I saw him. His name was Daniel. His profile picture was simple enough, a black and white photo of him smiling, a slight crinkle at the corner of his eyes. He was not overtly muscular or trying too hard. He just looked kind and handsome. I will admit, really handsome. Dark, slightly wavy hair, a strong jawline, and eyes that, even in a black and white photo, seemed to hold a warmth that was missing from so many other profiles. His bio was short and sweet, lover of good books, long walks, and finding beauty in the everyday. A little cliche, maybe, but it felt genuine. I hesitated for a second, my thumb hovering over the screen. There was something about him that felt familiar. Not in a I think I know this guy way, but in a deeper, more unsettling way, like a half-forgotten dream. I shook my head, probably just my sleep-deprived brain playing tricks on me again. I swiped right. It is a match. The cheerful notification popped up instantly. My heart did a tiny, involuntary flutter. That was fast. Usually it took a while, or never happened at all. Within minutes, a message popped up. Daniel, hey there. My name. Great to match with you. Your profile caught my eye. Hope you are having a good night. It was polite, friendly, and not at all creepy. I messaged back, and we fell into an easy conversation. He asked about my interests. I asked about his. He seemed genuinely engaged, not just waiting for his turn to talk. He had a way of phrasing things that felt comforting. Like he understood me without me having to explain much. It was disarming, and after weeks of feeling like an alien, it was a welcome change. As we chatted more, I found myself scrolling back through his profile photos. There were a few more, one of him hiking, another with a dog, always a good sign, and one where he was laughing, head thrown back slightly, a small, almost imperceptible scar just above his left eyebrow. And that is when it hit me. Not like a sudden jolt, but a slow, creeping realization, like watching a shadow lengthen until it swallows everything. The scar, it was tiny, a faint white line, barely noticeable. But it was there, and it was in the exact same spot. My breath hitched. I stared at the photo, then at my phone, then back at the photo. My mind, still reeling from the midnight special, immediately went to the worst possible conclusion. Was this some kind of elaborate prank? Was someone I knew messing with me? But no, that did not make sense. No one knew about him. Him. The word echoed in my mind, bringing with it a wave of nostalgia mixed with a cold, sharp dread. My childhood imaginary friend. Silas. Silas had been a constant companion from the moment I could talk, maybe even before. He was always there, just out of my parents' line of sight, always ready to play. I remember him so vividly, even now, decades later. He had dark, slightly wavy hair, just like Daniel, and he had that exact same small scar right above his left eyebrow. I remembered asking him about it once when I was 5. He would just smiled and said, "Oh, that, just a little bump from exploring the great beyond." I would accepted it without question. Kids do that with imaginary friends. They do not question the logic. Silas was always a little older than me, maybe by a few years. He was patient and kind, but also adventurous. He would tell me stories about far-off lands, about creatures that lived in the shadows, about secret passages hidden behind my bedroom wall. We had entire worlds we explored together. The whispering woods behind my house, which was just a small patch of overgrown trees, became a magical forest filled with talking animals and hidden treasures. Thanks to Silas, our cloud kingdom was a vast, floating city where we would play hide and seek among the towering cumulus clouds, dodging imaginary airships. He even had a favorite snack, a made-up berry he called moon dewdrops, which tasted like starlight and sugar. My parents, bless their hearts, were incredibly tolerant. My mom would set an extra plate for Silas at dinner, even though she could not see him. My dad would pretend to ask him questions about his day. How was Cloud Kingdom today? Silas, he would joke. They thought it was sweet, a sign of a creative imagination. They would tell me, he is very real to you, honey, and that is what matters. But I knew, even then, that he was more than just real to me. He felt tangible. His hand, when he would take mine to lead me on an adventure, felt warm. His laughter, a low, comforting rumble, sounded distinct from anything else. As I got older, Silas started to fade. Not all at once, but gradually. When I was 7, my best friend, Emily, moved in next door. I started playing more with real kids, getting caught up in school and sleepovers. Silas was still there, sometimes, a quiet presence in the corner of my eye, a soft whisper I would almost hear. But his stories became less frequent, his adventures less vivid. By the time I was 9 or 10, he was gone. I remember one day, I called out for him, just to see if he would answer. Silence. I felt a pang of sadness, like saying goodbye to a beloved pet. But I reasoned it was just a part of growing up. Imaginary friends were for little kids. I was a big girl now. I packed away my childhood drawings, including the ones of Silas, and moved on. Or so I thought. Now, looking at Daniel's photo, the chill that had started in my gut spread through my entire body. It was not just the scar. It was the shape of his eyes, the way his dark hair fell across his forehead, the slight tilt of his head in one of the photos, almost identical to how Silas used to look at me when he was about to tell me a secret. This was not a resemblance, it was an exact replica. I tried to rationalize it. It is a common face. I told myself, there are millions of people in the world. Of course, someone would look like your childhood imaginary friend. The scar, pure coincidence. A birthmark, maybe that just happened to be in the same spot. It was absurd. It was impossible. But the conversations with Daniel continued to deepen the pit of dread in my stomach. He would mention things, offhand comments, that would make my blood run cold. I loved taking long walks. He messaged one evening, especially in places that feel like they have stories to tell. Like a whispering wood, you know. My fingers froze over the keyboard. Whispering Woods. That was our name for the patch of trees behind my childhood home. I had not thought about that name in decades. Oh, really? I typed back, trying to keep my tone light. What kind of stories? The best kind, he replied almost immediately. Secrets, adventures, maybe even a hidden treasure or two. It is all about how you look at it, is not it? Finding the magic in the mundane. He was describing our games. The exact game Silas and I used to play. I felt a prickling sensation on my skin, like someone was watching me. I told myself it was just a coincidence. He was just a poetic soul, a romantic. He probably meant some generic concept of a magical forest. I was being paranoid. The midnight special had messed me up. Then came another message. I am a big fan of quirky, unique snacks. Daniel wrote, you ever had anything that tastes like starlight and sugar? I have been trying to recreate a recipe for years, but I just can't get it right. Moon dewdrops. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This was beyond coincidence. This was impossible. This was Silas. But Silas was not real. He was a figment of my childhood imagination. He could not be on Tinder. He could not be a grown man looking exactly like my mental image of him. It was insane. I started to actively avoid his messages, but he was persistent, not aggressive, not demanding, but always there. A new message popped up whenever I opened the app, always perfectly timed, always referencing something we had talked about, or worse, something I had not talked about, but Silas and I had. You seem a little distant today. He messaged one afternoon. Everything okay? You know, sometimes a good adventure is all you need to clear your head, like finding a new cloud kingdom to explore. I slammed my phone down. My hands were shaking. He knew. He knew. Despite the rising terror, a morbid curiosity began to gnaw at me. I needed to see him. I needed to confirm. Was it just a cruel trick of my mind, a phantom limb of my childhood memories? Or was there something truly horrifying happening? I had to know. He would have been asking to meet for a while, and each time I would make an excuse. Now, I forced myself to respond. Hey, sorry, been really busy. I would love to meet up though. Coffee this weekend. His reply was instantaneous. Daniel, perfect. I know just the place. It has got a cozy feel, almost like it has been waiting for us. That last line sent a shiver down my spine. Waiting for us. Just like the whisper at the midnight special. You are finally here. It was a phrase that felt like a trap, like a preordained destiny. The coffee shop he suggested was quaint, tucked away on a side street I would never notice before. My stomach was a knot of nerves as I walked in. Every face I saw seemed to morph into Silas. I felt a profound sense of unreality, like I was walking into a dream or perhaps a nightmare. Then I saw him, sitting at a small table by the window, exactly as he would described. Dark, slightly wavy hair, a strong jawline. He looked up as I entered, and his eyes, those warm, dark eyes, met mine. And there it was, the small white scar just above his left eyebrow. It was unmistakably real. My blood ran cold. It was not just a resemblance. It was him, an older, adult version of Silas, my childhood imaginary friend. Daniel. I managed, my voice barely a whisper. He smiled, that same kind, gentle smile I remembered. That is me. You must be my name. It is so good to finally meet you. He stood, and I noticed his height. Silas had always seemed taller, older. Daniel was tall, but not impossibly so. He was just a man who looked exactly like my imaginary friend. I sat down opposite him, my hands clasped tightly in my lap, trying to appear calm, trying to breathe normally. My mind was racing, screaming at me to run, but my body felt frozen, caught in some perverse fascination. You look exactly like your pictures. I said, the most mundane thing I could think of, hoping to ground myself in reality. And you look even better than yours, he replied, his voice a low, comforting rumble, just like Silas's. It feels like we have known each other forever, does not it? My heart skipped a beat. Something like that. I mumbled, forcing a smile. We ordered coffee and he talked. He talked about his love for old books, about how he enjoyed exploring new places, about his dog. All the things from his profile, all perfectly normal. But every now and then he would slip in a phrase, a specific turn of words, a knowing look that felt like a direct punch to my gut. I have always found solace in quiet places, he said, stirring his coffee. Places where you can almost hear the whispers of the past. Like when you are little and you make up stories about the trees in your backyard, giving them voices, giving them secrets. He paused, his gaze fixed on mine. Remember that feeling? I swallowed hard. Yeah, I whispered. I guess so. It is like they are waiting for you to remember them. Is not it? He continued, his voice soft, almost hypnotic. Just waiting for you to invite them back into your world. I could feel sweat beating on my forehead. He was doing it on purpose. He knew. He was not just a coincidence, he was acknowledging it. Or he was playing a cruel, elaborate game. I tried to change the subject, to veer into safer territory. So, where are you from? Daniel. I did not see it on your profile. He chuckled softly. Oh, you know, a little bit of everywhere, a little bit of nowhere. I have been around, always moving, always searching for something. But I always find my way back to where I am meant to be. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes sparkling, and I have a feeling I found it now. His intensity was unsettling. I felt like a deer caught in headlights. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to get up and run, but I could not. I was paralyzed by a mix of fear and an almost childish desire to understand. Was this really Silas? Had he been real all along? The date ended mercifully, without any further overt revelations. He walked me to my car, his hand brushing mine, sending a jolt through me that was both terrifying and strangely familiar. I had a wonderful time. My name, he said, his smile gentle. I hope we can do this again very soon. I feel like we have so many more stories to share. Yeah, I managed. Fumble with my car keys. Me too. I practically dove into my car, locking the doors and speeding away, my heart pounding like a drum solo. I drove straight home and immediately pulled out a dusty old box from the back of my closet. It was filled with childhood mementos, report cards, old friendship bracelets, and a stack of my earliest drawings. My hands trembled as I sifted through them, searching. And there it was, a crayon drawing, faded with time, of a stick-figure boy with dark, wavy lines for hair, a crude smile, and a tiny, almost invisible above one eye. Underneath, in shaky, childish letters, I would scrawl me and Silas in the Cloud Kingdom. I held it up to the light, then pulled up Daniel's Tinder profile on my phone. The resemblance was not just uncanny, it was perfect. The same hair, the same eye shape, even the slight curve of the smile. And the dot above the eye in my drawing was exactly where Daniel's scar was. It was my childish attempt to draw the scar. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not a coincidence. This was not my imagination. This was real. Or at least, whatever Daniel was, he was using Silas. I spent the rest of the night in a frantic, terrifying dive down the rabbit hole of the internet. I searched for Daniel, his last name from Tinder. Imaginary friends real. Childhood imaginary friend comes back. Nothing useful. His social media presence was minimal. A LinkedIn profile with a generic job title consultant and no real history. A YouTube page with a few perfectly curated photos. No friends tag, no family, no history before a few years ago. It was like he had sprung into existence out of nowhere. The next morning, my phone buzzed. It was Daniel. Daniel, good morning. My name. Thinking of you. I had a dream last night about us flying to the Cloud Kingdom. It felt so real. Did you ever feel like you could fly when you were little? My blood ran cold. He was inside my head. He was referencing my dreams, my deepest childhood memories. He was not just remembering Silas, he was Silas, or something that had been with Silas. That had been Silas. I did not reply. I could not. I just stared at the message, my breath catching in my throat. I muted him on Tinder, then blocked him. I felt a surge of defiant courage, followed by a deeper dread. Would blocking him even work? He seemed to know things that went beyond an app. For a day, there was silence. I started to breathe a little easier, telling myself I would overreacted, that I was just letting my past trauma from the diner get to me. Maybe he was just a very perceptive, slightly creepy guy who had done some digging. Then, a handwritten note appeared on my front door. It was not taped, it was tucked neatly under my doormat. My name was written in elegant cursive. I opened it, my hand shaking. My dearest, my name. I was a little sad you did not reply. I thought we had a connection. I thought you remembered. But perhaps you just need a little more time to truly invite me back. Do not worry. I am very patient. I have waited a long, long time for you. And I know where you live. I always have. Yours, always, Silas. The paper felt thick, expensive. The handwriting was perfect, almost calligraphic. And the name, Silas, not Daniel. I dropped the note as if it had burned me. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. He knew where I lived. He had not just found me on Tinder, he had always known. He had just been waiting for me to be ready, for me to invite him back. I ran to the window, peering through the blinds. Nothing, just the quiet street, the familiar houses. But I felt his presence, a chilling certainty that he was out there, watching, waiting. The imaginary friend from my childhood, the one I had outgrown and forgotten, had been real all along. And he was back. I packed a small bag, grabbed my car keys, and called my sister, making up an excuse about an urgent family matter. I had to get out. I had to escape. This was not a normal stalker. This was something else. Something that had lived in the periphery of my life, a silent observer, only to emerge when I was vulnerable, when I was looking for connection. As I backed out of my driveway, I glanced at my rearview mirror. Nothing, but then, in the reflection, for just a fleeting second, I saw a flicker of movement in the shadows of my porch. A tall, dark figure just standing there, unblinking. I floored it, speeding away from my house, from my past, from Silas. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I could not stay. The dread was suffocating. He was not just an imaginary friend. He was a being, a presence that had attached itself to me, waiting for its moment. And now he had found it. I still wonder what would have happened if I had not swiped right, if I had not looked closely at that scar, if I had just let Silas remain a fading memory. But he would not have stayed a memory, would he? He would wait for me to grow up, to forget, to open myself up again. He was always there, lurking in the background, a silent, patient entity. And now, he knows I know. I am still driving. I have changed my number, moved to a new city, tried to vanish. But sometimes when I am alone at night, I hear a soft, low rumble that sounds suspiciously like his laughter. And I feel a prickling sensation, like I am not truly alone. Like he is just out of sight, in the periphery of my vision, waiting for me to invite him back once more. Because some imaginary friends, it turns out, never really leave. They just go dormant, until you are finally ready for them to return. And when they do, they are not so imaginary anymore. It has been months since SD, Jude's, months since Lena, months since I drove away from that crumbling asylum. The image of her face, twisted and hungry, burned into my mind like a brand. I deleted Tinder that night, just like I said I would. But deleting an app does not delete a memory, and it certainly does not delete a feeling. The profound coldness, that hollow sensation deep within me, it never left. If anything, it has only deepened, become a part of my bones, a constant low thrum beneath my skin. Lena's words echo in my head. Almost constantly, there is no out here. Only in, I thought she meant the asylum, that physical place. But I know now she meant something far more insidious. She meant the mind, the soul. And she was right. I escaped the building, but I did not escape her. I did not escape SD. Jude's. A part of it, a part of her, definitely came home with me. It has been waiting for me to finally break. For a while, I tried to go back to normal. I went to work. I saw my friends. I ate dinner. I watched TV. But everything felt muted, like I was watching life through a pane of dirty glass. The colors were not as bright. The sounds were not as sharp. The laughter was not as genuine. My friend would talk about their mundane problems, their latest dating woes, their weekend plans, and I would just nod along, a phantom smile pasted on my face, while inside, the coldness gnawed. How could I explain to them that I would stare into the face of a true predator, a collector of souls, and barely escape with my own? How could I tell them about the spectral figures, the lingering despair of SD, Jude's, the way Lena's eyes had glowed with an ancient, terrifying hunger? They would think I was crazy. Maybe I was. The hollow sensation started to manifest in strange ways. It was not just an absence, a void. It was an emptiness that craved to be filled. Not with food, not with comfort, not with companionship. It craved something else, something unusual, something Lena would have appreciated. I started small. I would find myself drawn to abandoned places, not grand, terrifying asylums, but smaller, forgotten corners of the city. Old houses slated for demolition, derelict factories, overgrown cemeteries. I would walk through them, feeling that familiar chill, that faint echo of lingering despair. It was not the same as SD. Jude's, not even close, but it was a whisper, a reminder. And sometimes in those places, I would find things, odd things, a rusty key, a faded photograph, a broken doll. I would bring them home, clean them, and place them on my shelves. My apartment slowly began to fill with these silent, forgotten objects, each with its own story, its own faint echo. Then came the cages. I do not remember exactly when the idea first took root. Perhaps it was a subconscious echo of Lena, the way she spoke of keeping stories, collecting souls. Or maybe it was a perverse attempt to understand her, to see the world through her eyes, to understand the need for containment. It started with a small, antique birdcage I found at a flea market. It was beautiful, intricate, but clearly in use for decades. I bought it, brought it home, and placed it in the corner of my living room. It felt right, secure, defined. It gave shape to the emptiness. Then I bought another, and another. Soon, my apartment started to look less like a home and more like something else. A museum of containment. They were not all bird cages. There were old rabbit hutches, a rusty squirrel trap, even a large, heavy-gauge wired dog crate. Each one different, each with its own story of what it once held, or was meant to hold. I would clean them meticulously, sometimes even polish them until they gleamed empty and expectant. I started covering them with sheets. Not because I was ashamed, not exactly, but because I liked the mystery, the veiled shapes, the suggestion of what might be underneath, waiting. It was my own little collection, my own private SD. Jude's. My own way of understanding Lena's chilling philosophy. I knew this was not normal. The old me, the one before Lena, would have been horrified. But that guy was gone, or at least deeply buried. The new me, the coldness, the hollow sensation. They approved. They understood. This was a form of control, a way to keep the chaos of the world, and the chaos within me neatly organized, contained. After a few more months of this, a strange restlessness set in. The cages were empty. The stories were silent. Lena had collected souls. What was I collecting? Just empty vessels. The thought pricked at me, a subtle, uncomfortable itch. It was then, in a moment of weakness, or perhaps a moment of calculated curiosity, that I downloaded a new dating app. Not Tinder. Something more obscure, less populated. I told myself it was to try and reconnect with the world, to find a semblance of my old life. But deep down, I knew it was something else. A test, a search. For what? I was not entirely sure. Her name was Sarah. She was normal. Pretty in a pleasant, unassuming way. Her profile was full of pictures of her hiking, laughing with friends, cuddling a golden retriever. She seemed like the antithesis of Lena. And maybe that is what drew me in. A desperate attempt to find something. Pure. Something untouched by the darkness I now carried. Or maybe I was looking for something to touch. We chatted for a few days. She was witty, engaging. She liked old movies and trying new restaurants. All the things the old me would have found charming. The new me just observed. I kept my responses polite, a little detached. I did not volunteer much about myself, just vague answers about my work and hobbies. I certainly did not mention my collection. We decided to meet for coffee. It was fine. We talked easily enough. I found myself studying her, not in a predatory way, not yet, but with a detached curiosity. Her expressions, the way her eyes crinkled when she laughed, the nervous habit she had of twisting a loose strand of hair. She was so alive, so vibrant, so utterly unsuspecting. After an hour, we parted ways, promising to talk soon. I walked home, the coldness in my chest a little more pronounced. She was everything I was not anymore, and that made her interesting. Our second date was dinner. She chose a bustling Italian place. We talked more about our lives, our hopes, our dreams. I found myself weaving a careful narrative, a slightly altered version of myself, omitting the dark corners and the covered shapes in my apartment. I was good at it now, this performance of normalcy. Lena had taught me a lot about masks. As the evening wound down, she looked at me with a genuine smile. "I had a really good time tonight," she said. "You are different from what I expected, but in a good way. Different." She had no idea. "Me too," I replied, my voice smooth, practiced. "Would you like to come back to my place for a drink? I have some decent wine." It was a deliberate choice, a conscious invitation into my carefully constructed world. I watched her face, searching for hesitation, for a flicker of concern, but there was nothing, just a slight blush, a hopeful glint in her eyes. "I would like that," she said. The drive back to my apartment was quiet. I could feel her presence beside me, a warm, living thing, a contrast to the coldness within me. The streetlights cast long shadows through the car, making familiar buildings seem alien. I wondered what she would see when she stepped inside my door. What would she feel? My apartment building was an old brick structure, nondescript and quiet. I led her up the stairs, my hand resting lightly on the small of her back. The touch felt foreign, almost electric. I had not touched anyone like this since Lena. I unlocked the door, the click echoing in the silent hallway. I pushed it open, stepping aside to let her enter first. "Wow," she said, her voice a little hushed. "It is cozy." My apartment was indeed cozy, in a way. Dark wood floors, a plush rug, a comfortable sofa. But it was also sparse. Deliberately so. The walls were mostly bare, save for a few abstract prints. No personal photos, no clutter. And then there were the shapes. They were everywhere. In the living room, in the dining area, even a smaller one tucked into a corner of the kitchen. Bulky, angular forms, all covered meticulously with various sheets, old blankets, drop cloths, even a few crisp white bed sheets. They stood like silent sentinels, each one hinting at the cage beneath. I watched Sarah as she took it all in. Her eyes, initially wide with a pleasant curiosity, narrowed slightly as they darted from one shrouded form to another. The smile on her face faltered, just a touch. "Make yourself at home," I said, my voice calm, almost unnervingly so. I moved to the kitchen, pulling out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. I could feel her eyes on me, then shifting back to the covered objects. "What are all these?" she asked, her voice softer now, a hint of uncertainty creeping in. I poured the wine, deliberately taking my time. "Oh, those," I said, turned to face her, a practiced, easy smile on my face. "Just some projects. I dabble in a bit of collecting." She walked closer to one of the larger shapes, a rectangular form covered by a faded blue blanket. She reached out a hand, hovering over the fabric, as if she could feel the edges of the cage beneath. "Collecting what?" she asked, her brow furrowed. "Different things," I replied, handing her a glass of wine. Our fingers brushed, and I felt a strange jolt. Not unpleasant, but unexpected. Found objects, mostly. I like the history, the stories they tell. She took a sip of her wine, her gaze still fixed on the covered shapes. They are so uniform, she observed, and there are so many of them. I have a lot of interests. I said, a casual shrug. Some people collect stamps, some collect coins. I collect potential. That word hung in the air, thick and heavy. I watched her, waiting for her reaction. Potential. What did she think that meant? The old me would have immediately clarified, made a joke, tried to diffuse the oddness. The new me just let it sit, a subtle hook. She hesitated for a moment. Then, with a nervous laugh, she reached out and gently pulled back a corner of the blue blanket. Beneath it was a cage. It was an old, heavy-gauge wired dog crate, the kind used for large breeds. It was clean, almost polished, but the metal bars were thick, unyielding. The door was latched shut. It was empty, but it was not the kind of empty that felt benign. It felt expectant. Sarah's breath hitched. Her eyes widened, losing their pleasantness, replaced by a flicker of genuine confusion, then unease. She pulled the blanket back, revealing the entire cage. Then she slowly turned her head, her gaze meeting mine. "A dog cage?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "You collect dog cages." I took a slow sip of my wine. "Among other things," I said, my voice even. "I have quite a variety." She looked around the room again, her eyes now seeing the covered shapes in a new light. Not just projects or found objects, but cages. All of them. The realization dawned on her face, a slow, dawning horror. What do you keep in them?" she asked, her voice a little shaky now. She took a step back from the dog crate. "Nothing currently." I said, "They are empty. For now." The silence that followed was thick, heavy with unspoken questions and growing dread. Her eyes darted from the dog crate to me, then to the other covered shapes. The pleasant, unassuming woman I would met online was slowly being replaced by someone else. Someone wary, frightened. "Why so many?" she asked, her voice gaining a desperate edge. "And why are they all covered?" I set my wine glass down on the coffee table. "The covers are for aesthetic, mostly," I explained, a small, knowing smile playing on my lips. "I like the anticipation, the mystery, and as for why so many, well, one never knows when one might need a place for something. Or someone." Her eyes snapped to mine, and the last vestiges of her polite composure crumbled. She saw it then. The coldness, the hollow space that Lena had carved out and filled with something dark and unsettling. She saw the true me, or at least the me I had become. "I think I should go," she said, her voice trembling. She took another step back, her hand reaching for her purse on the sofa. "Oh," I said, raising an eyebrow. "Already. We just opened the wine. And you have not seen the rest of the collection." She shook her head, a frantic motion. "No, really. I have an early morning." I completely forgot. She was fumbling with her purse now, her eyes darting towards the door. "An early morning," I repeated, my voice still calm, but with an underlying current that made her freeze. "That is a shame. I was rather looking forward to showing you around. Each piece has such a unique history, and such potential." She finally got her purse, clutching it to her chest like a shield. "I really need to leave," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. She took a tentative step toward the front door, her eyes never leaving mine. I did not move. I just stood there, watching her. The coldness inside me was a vast, silent ocean, and I was just observing the currents. The fear in her eyes was a fascinating thing. It was a mirror, in a way, reflecting the terror I had felt in SD, Jude's. But this time, I was not the one feeling it. I was the one causing it. "You know," I said, my voice soft, almost conversational. Lena, she was a collector, a keeper of stories. She understood the value of containment, the way a story, once captured, can be preserved, studied, understood. Sarah froze, her hand hovering over the doorknob. "Who is Lena?" she whispered, her voice laced with dread. I took a step towards her, then another, a very insightful woman. She taught me a lot, about what truly matters, about what is truly interesting. I stopped a few feet from her, blocking her direct path to the door. She told me something that night, something that stuck with me. There is no out here. Only in... Sarah's eyes were wide, glazed with terror. Her breathing was shallow, ragged. She looked like a trapped animal, desperate for an escape that was not there. That is what she said about SD. Jude's asylum. I continued, a slow smile spreading across my face. It was not a kind smile. It was a predator's smile. But I think she meant more than just the asylum. Do not you. She meant the mind, the soul. Once you are in, truly in, there is no going back. No escape. She tried to dart past me, a sudden burst of desperate energy. But I was quicker. I moved, not violently, just firmly, blocking her path, my hand gently but decisively resting on her arm. Her skin was cold. "Please," she whimpered, her eyes pleading. "Let me go. I won't tell anyone. I promise." I tilted my head, studying her. "Tell anyone what?" "Sarah, that I have a hobby, that I appreciate the art of containment." I squeezed her arm, just enough to convey the strength beneath my calm demeanor. "No one would believe you. They would think you were overreacting. Or perhaps that you'd had too much wine." Her eyes darted around the room, frantically searching for an exit, a weapon, anything. But there was nothing, just the covered shapes, silent and watchful. "You remind me a little of the patients at SD. Jude's." I mused, my voice detached. So much fear, so much despair. It is almost beautiful in its raw honesty. That pure, unadulterated terror. It is a very potent emotion, is not it? She tried to pull away, but my grip was firm. "What do you want?" She choked out, tears starting to well in her eyes. "Want?" I considered the question. "I want to understand. I want to collect." Lena was a collector of souls, you see. I am not quite there yet, but I am learning. I am starting small, with stories, with experiences, with potential. My gaze drifted to the large dog crate, then to a smaller, more intricate cage covered by a white sheet. It was an old, ornate bird cage, large enough for a parrot, or perhaps something else. "You are not like her," she whispered, her voice laced with desperate hope. "You are not Lena." I chuckled softly. "No, I am not Lena." But she opened my eyes. "Sarah," she showed me what lies beneath the surface, the true nature of things. And once you have seen it, you can't unsee it. Once you are in, you are in. The coldness within me swelled, a vast, undeniable presence. It was not just a hollow sensation anymore. It was a driving force, a hunger. "And you, Sarah," I said, my voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper. "You have such a vibrant story, such a beautiful, unsuspecting soul. I think you would make a wonderful addition to my collection, a very unique piece." Her eyes dilated, reflecting the dim light of my living room and the covered shapes that now seemed to loom around us. The realization hit her fully, the terrifying truth of what I was, and what she was about to become. Her mouth opened, a silent scream caught in her throat. I watched her, the last vestiges of the old me, the normal guy, fading into the background. Lena's words echoed one last time, no longer a haunting, but a guiding principle. There is no out here, only in. And in that moment, I understood. I truly understood. I was no longer just a normal guy. I was a keeper, a collector, and my cages finally were ready to be filled. The coldness inside me finally felt complete. All right, so you know how I told you about Silas? My imaginary friend, the one who turned out to be terrifyingly real. The one who tracked me down through Tinder, left a note on my door, and basically proved that some nightmares do not just stay in your head. Yeah, that guy. After that, I just broke. I grabbed a duffel bag, threw in whatever I could, and just drove. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from that house, away from that city, away from the chilling possibility that Silas could just be there. I bought a cheap burner phone, canceled my old accounts, and basically tried to erase myself from existence. I drove for days, sleeping in my car, eating gas station food, the whole pathetic routine. Every shadow, every distant siren, every creak of the car's suspension sent a spike of pure adrenaline through me. I kept seeing his face in the rear-view mirror, that unsettling, familiar smile. I heard his laughter, that low rumble, whenever the wind picked up. It was like he was a static hum in the background of my life now, a constant reminder that I was never truly alone, never truly safe. I ended up in a new city, hundreds of miles away, a place I would never been, where no one knew me. I rented a tiny, miserable apartment on the outskirts, paid cash for everything, and got a dead-end job that required minimal interaction. I became a ghost, and for a while it worked. The paranoia was still there, a dull ache behind my eyes, but it was not the screaming terror it had been. I stopped flinching at every sound. I started to believe, stupidly, that maybe I would actually escape. But the thing about being a ghost is, it is lonely. Terribly, so crushingly lonely. I had no friends, no family, no one to talk to. Just the four walls of my crappy apartment and the constant, nagging fear that at any moment, Silas would appear. My mind, desperate for any kind of human connection, started playing tricks on me. I would see couples laughing, friends chatting, and this desperate, pathetic yearning would well up inside me. I miss having someone to talk to, someone to share a laugh with, someone to just be with. And that is when I made the second biggest mistake of my life. I downloaded Tinder again. I know, you are probably thinking, dude, are you insane? After Silas. And you would be right. I was insane. Or maybe just incredibly desperate. I told myself it would be different this time. I used a fake name, a blurry photo, and gave almost no personal information. I swiped aimlessly, not expecting anything, just needing a distraction, the brief illusion of normalcy. Then I matched with Serafina. Her profile was intriguing. Not conventionally beautiful, but striking. Dark, piercing eyes that seemed to hold a secret, a slight smirk, and hair the color of midnight. Her bio was short, enigmatic, seeking unique experiences. Not for the faint of heart. Red flags, right? But something about her just pulled me in. Maybe it was the sheer contrast to the suburban mom types I usually saw. Maybe it was the fact that her profile photo looked like it was taken in a dimly lit, slightly decaying room in my brain, still reeling from Silas, had started to normalize the macabre. We started chatting. Her messages were eloquent, witty, and surprisingly deep. She talked about philosophy, art, and the hidden corners of the city. She seemed to understand my vague, non-committal answers about my past, never pushing, just listening. It was intoxicating. For the first time in months, I felt like I was talking to a real person, not just a potential threat or a figment of my own paranoia. Then she dropped it. I know a place, she messaged one night, where the city's true heart beats. A place where time stands still and the echoes of lives live still whisper. It is not for everyone, but I think you might appreciate it. It is an old hospital, abandoned for decades. Would you be brave enough to meet me there? My blood ran cold. An abandoned hospital. After everything. Every alarm bell in my head started screaming. This was exactly the kind of thing Silas would have suggested a twisted, dark playground. Was this a test? Was this him again? Had he found me already? I hesitated for a full day. My finger hovered over block button. But then that loneliness, that desperate need for connection, it gnawed at me. And another, darker thought started to form. What if this was my chance to face my fears? To prove to myself that Silas was just a one-off, a unique horror, and that the world was not all like that. That there were still normal, albeit adventurous, people out there. And if I am being brutally honest, a part of me was just so tired of being afraid. Maybe confronting something else terrified would somehow make me feel alive again. Or at least less dead inside. I typed back, my hand shaking. When and where? She replied instantly. Tomorrow night, midnight, I will send you the coordinates. The coordinates led me to the industrial edge of the city, a place where crumbling warehouses and overgrown lots dominated the landscape. The hospital itself was a colossal, hulking shadow against the bruised twilight sky. It was called SD. Jude's, or so a quick, nervous gut goose search told me. It had been shut down nearly 30 years ago after a series of unexplained patient deaths and rumors of malpractice. Then eventually, outright neglect. Local legend had it that the place was haunted, a magnet for urban explorers and thrill seekers. Or, apparently, Tinder dates. As I drove closer, the streetlights grew sparser, eventually giving way to complete darkness, broken only by my headlights. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. Skeletal trees, stripped bare by winter, clawed at the sky, their branches like bony fingers pointing towards the looming structure. The hospital itself was a monstrous edifice of crumbling brick and shattered windows, its facade scarred with graffiti and choked by ivy. It looked less like a building and more like a decaying beast, lying in wait. My heart hammered against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to drive away and never look back. But I did not. I pulled up to a rusty, chained-off gate, the kind that looked like it had not been opened in decades. I killed my engine, plunging the area into oppressive silence, save for the chirping of crickets and the distant howl of what sounded like a coyote. Then, a figure emerged from the deeper shadows near the entrance. It was Serafina. She was even more striking in person, her dark hair a stark contrast to her pale skin. She wore a thick, dark coat that seemed to swallow the light and heavy boots. She carried a powerful-looking flashlight. Her eyes, those deep, intense eyes, met mine and a slow, enigmatic smile played on her lips. "You came," she said, her voice a low, melodic whisper that seemed to ripple through the stillness of the night. It was a beautiful voice, but it had an edge to it, like a razor blade wrapped in velvet. "Yeah," I managed, my voice a pathetic croak. "You said midnight." She gestured towards a section of the chain-link fence that had been bent back, creating a narrow opening. "After you." I hesitated, but her gaze was unwavering, almost challenging. Taking a deep breath, I squeezed through the gap, my jacket snagging on a loose wire. She followed, moving with a fluid grace that seemed almost unnatural. "So," I tried, forcing a casual tone. "This is quite the spot for a first date." She chuckled, a soft, dry sound. "I told you, I seek unique experiences. And I wanted to see if you were truly as adventurous as you seemed." She paused, her eyes raking over me. "Or as desperate." The word hung in the air, stinging. She saw right through me. She led the way, her flashlight beam cutting a path to the overgrown path that led to the hospital's main entrance. The heavy double doors were long gone, leaving a gaping, black maw that seemed to swallow the light. A chill wind swept through the opening, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of dust, decay, and something metallic and faintly sweet like old blood. "Welcome to SD. Jude's," she announced, her voice echoing into the darkness. "Or what is left of it." We stepped inside. The immediate impression was one of profound cold, a damp, penetrating chill that seemed to seep into my bones. The air was thick with ancient dust, making me cough. The lobby was vast and dark, the once grand reception desk now a pile of splintered wood and rusted metal. Moonlight streamed through a massive, broken skylight far above, casting ghostly patterns on the grimy floor. It is impressive. I lied, trying to sound brave. My heart was a frantic drum, solo in my chest. Every shadow seemed to arrive. Every distant creak of the building settling seemed to be a footstep. Seraphina's flashlight beam danced over the peeling paint on the walls, revealing faded murals of cheerful, smiling nurses and doctors that now looked grotesquely out of place. They say this place holds a lot of sadness, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. A lot of pain. And sometimes those things, they do not just disappear when the doors close. We moved deeper, past the reception area, and into a long, dark corridor. The floor was littered with debris, shattered glass, fallen ceiling tiles, medical records scattered like forgotten leaves. My boots crunched loudly with every step, the sound echoing endlessly down the hall, making me jump. Seraphina, however, moved silently, her gaze fixed ahead, her flashlight beam steady. She pointed to a door, half off its hinges. Patient rooms. Want to see. I gulped but nodded. We stepped into what must have been a private room. The bed was gone, but the impression of it remained on the grimy floor. A rusted-for pole lay on its side, a dark stain on the wall where it had once stood. The window was boarded up, but cracks in wood let in slivers of moonlight, creating eerie, dancing shadows. Imagine, Seraphina said, her voice soft, lying here, alone, in pain, knowing you might never leave. The last thing you see is the peeling paint. The last thing you hear is the drip of the floor. The last thing you feel is the cold dread of death. She turned to me, her eyes glinting in the dim light. Does not that just give you a shiver? It did, but not for the reason she thought. It was the way she spoke, the almost reverent tone, that unnerved me. It was like she was relishing in the morbid details. We explored more rooms. An operating theater, where a single rusted surgical lamp hung precariously from the ceiling, its shadow a giant, skeletal hand on the wall. The air in there felt heavier, colder, as if the pain and fear of countless surgeries still clung to the very molecules. A nursery where tiny, rusted cribs lay overturned, a single broken toy doll with one vacant, eye staring up from the floor. That one hit me hard. The thought of all those innocent lives, or lives that never even got a chance to begin, trapped in this decaying tomb. As we walked, I kept feeling it. That prickling sensation on the back of my neck. That feeling of being watched. It was not just the inherent creepiness of the hospital. It was something more. Something familiar. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see Silas, his face emerging from the shadows, his smile wide and unnatural. I knew it was probably just my own paranoia, but the fear was real. Seraphina seemed oblivious, or perhaps she was just good at hiding it. She moved with an almost preternatural calm, her flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, revealing new horrors with every sweep. They say, she began again as we navigated a particularly dark hallway, that the hospital's most tragic cases were kept in the sub-basement. The ones they cannot save, the ones they experimented on, the ones who went mad, the ones who simply vanished. My stomach clenched. Sub-basement. She grinned, a flash of white in the darkness. Of course, that is where the real history is, where the true echoes reside. We found a set of stairs, descending into absolute blackness. The air grew even colder, thick with a musty, earthy smell, like a fresh grave. The steps were slick with moisture, and my foot slipped once, sending a jolt of panic through me. Careful, Seraphina said, her voice closer than I expected. She reached out, her hand brushing my arm. Her touch was cold, almost icy. I pulled away instinctively, but she did not seem to notice. The sub-basement was a maze of narrow, low-ceiling corridors. Pipes snaked along the walls, dripping water onto the concrete floor, creating a constant, unsettling rhythm. The sound of our footsteps was muffled by the thick, oppressive air. Here, the silence was different. It was not just the absence of sound, it was a heavy, suffocating silence, as if the very air was holding its breath. We passed what looked like old storage rooms, filled with rusting equipment and forgotten supplies. Then, we came to a heavier metal door, marked with faded, almost illegible sign. Serafina shone her light on it. Morgue, she read aloud, her voice barely audible. My blood ran cold. This was it. This was too much. Maybe we should head back up, I suggested, my voice cracking. Serafina turned to me, her eyes glinting in the beam of her flashlight. Her smile was gone, replaced by an intense, almost predatory stare. But we have only just begun. Do not you want to see where the bodies lay? Where the last breath was drawn and the first cut was made? Before I could answer, she pushed the door open. It groaned on its rusted hinges, a sound like a tortured scream. The room inside was small, tiled and white, but the tiles were stained yellow and brown with age and what I desperately hoped was just rust. There were several metal slabs, cold and clinical, and a single, ancient gurney in the center of the room. The air was frigid, and a faint, acrid smell like formaldehyde and decay assaulted my senses. Then I saw it. On one of the metal slabs, partially obscured by shadow, was a shape, a human shape, covered by a thin, stained sheet. My breath hitched. What is that? I whispered, my voice barely a thread. Serafina did not answer. She just walked slowly towards the slab, her flashlight beam fixed on the covered form. I stood frozen in the doorway, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. A dummy, a prop from some urban explorer prank. She reached the slab, and with a slow, deliberate motion, she pulled back the sheet. It was not a dummy. It was a body, or what was left of one. Emaciated, shriveled, almost mummified. Its skin was leathery and dark, stretched taut over bone. Its eyes were sunken hollows, its mouth a gaping, silent scream. It looked ancient, but also fresh, as if it had just died, or rather, just been revealed. A guttural sound escaped my throat. I stumbled backward, my hand flying to my mouth, trying to stifle the scream that was clawing its way up my throat. Serafina turned to me, her face illuminated by the flashlight, her eyes wide, gleaming. And that is when I saw it, the pure, unadulterated joy in her expression, a terrifying, inhuman delight. Beautiful, is not it? She whispered, her voice devoid of its earlier melody, now a flat, chilling hiss. The ultimate silence. The ultimate peace. I could not breathe. My mind was screaming. Get out. Get out now. This is not just an abandoned hospital. She continued, taking a step towards me, her eyes never leaving mine. This is a place of transition. A place where the veil between worlds is thin. And tonight, it is thinnest of all. As she spoke, the air in the room grew colder, so cold it burned. I could see my breath, ghostly white in the flashlight beam, and then a sound, a faint, almost imperceptible scratching, coming from somewhere in the room. It was like fingernails dragging across stone, a slow, deliberate scrape. My eyes darted around, trying to pinpoint the source. The walls, the floor, the other slabs. The scratching grew louder, more insistent, and then a low, guttural moan echoed through the morgue. It was not a human sound. It was something deeper, something ancient and full of suffering. Serafina smiled. It was not her earlier enigmatic smirk. This was a wide, toothy grin that stretched her mouth unnaturally, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. Her eyes, those dark, piercing eyes, seemed to swirl with inner light, a malicious, hungry glow. They are waking up, she breathed, her voice filled with a terrible excitement. They are so hungry. And you, my dear, you have such a vibrant essence. The scratching intensified, coming from behind the body on the slab. And then the sheet covering it began to move. Slowly, agonizingly, it began to ripple and shift, as if whatever was underneath was trying to push its way out. What are you? I stammered, my voice barely a whisper, my legs feeling like lead. Serafina took another step, closing the distance between us. Her eyes were fixed on mine, burning into my soul. I am a collector of experiences, of souls. And you, my friend, you've been so wonderfully vulnerable since Silas. My heart stopped. Silas. She knew about Silas. He opened a door for you, she whispered, her face now inches from mine, her breath cold and foul. He showed you what lies beyond the mundane. And now, I get to show you what else is waiting. The sheet on the slab was now thrashing violently. A skeletal hand, long and bony, with nails like talons, burst through the fabric, reaching, clawing at the air. The moan turned into a series of rattling gasps, a chorus of agony. I finally snapped. The fear, the cold, the sight of that thing on the slab. Serafina's chilling words had all coalesced into pure, animalistic terror. I let out a choke scream, turned and bolted. I slammed through the morgue door, not caring about the noise, not caring about anything but escape. I heard Serafina's laughter, a high, mocking cackle that seemed to echo through the labyrinthine corridors of the sub-basement. And behind it, that guttural moaning, now joined by other sounds shuffling, dragging, faint, desperate whispers. I scrambled up the slick, dark stairs, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. Every shadow was a monster, every creak a pursuing entity. I did not dare look back. I just ran. I burst into the main floor, the relative light from the broken skylight, a welcome, if still eerie sight. But even here, the hospital felt alive. Whispers seemed to coil around me. Cold breaths ghosted across my skin. I could hear sounds from the patient rooms, now a faint, distant weeping, the rattle of forgotten bedpan, the soft, rhythmic drip of amphora that should not be dripping. I did not know which way was out. The lobby felt miles away. I ran down a corridor, then another, my mind a panic mess. I could hear them now, the things from the sub-basement. Their shuffling footsteps, their ragged breathing getting closer. And Serafina's laughter, always Serafina's laughter, seemingly coming from all directions at once. I burst through a set of double doors, finding myself in what looked like the emergency room. Broken stretchers, overturned wheelchairs, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. A sudden, sharp pain shot through my ankle as I tripped over something unseen, sending me sprawling to the floor. As I lay there, gasping for breath, I saw it. In the flickering moonlight that streamed through a broken window, a figure stood at the end of the hall I had just come from. Tall, gaunt, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Its eyes, even from that distance, seemed to glow with malevolent light. It was not Serafina. It was one of them. One of the things she had woken up. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the searing pain in my ankle, and limped towards the nearest exit. I could see a shattered window leading out into a neglected courtyard. I threw myself through it, shards of glass tearing at my clothes and skin, but I did not care. I just needed to be out. I landed hard on the overgrown grass. The impact jarred my whole body. I stumbled to my feet, my ankle screaming, and began to hobble, then run, as fast as my injured leg would carry me, towards the main gate. I could still hear the sound from inside the hospital, the moans, the scratching, and now a chorus of faint, desperate whispers calling my name. Silas told us you would come. Welcome home. Do not leave us alone. Serafina's laughter soared above it all, chilling me to the bone. I reached the broken fence, squeezing through the gap with renewed desperation. I did not stop until I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed my foot on the gas, peeling out of the lot, leaving the monstrous hospital behind in a cloud of dust and gravel. I drove until the sun began to paint the sky with streaks of bruised purple and orange. I drove until my vision blurred from exhaustion and fear. I drove until I was hundreds of miles away, my car reeking of dust, rust, and the metallic tang of fear. I made it out, but I was not safe. The cold dread from SD. Jude's had seeped into my very being, mixing with the lingering terror of Silas. I had thought my imaginary friend was the worst thing that could happen to me. I thought he was the only one who could twist my reality. But Serafina, or whatever she was, had shown me something far more ancient, far more hungry, far more vast. I am back on the run now, even more isolated, even more paranoid. I do not dare use my phone, do not dare go near a computer. Every shadow holds a new threat. Every whisper wind carries a new voice. I feel like I am being watched not just by Silas, but by a legion of unseen eyes. The world is not just dangerous, it is alive with things that want to hurt me. Things that Serafina, that dark, smiling horror, had woken up. I thought I was just looking for a unique experience. Turns out, I found a gateway. And now, I am pretty sure I am being hunted by everything that came through it. And I still hear that low rumble, that familiar laughter. Sometimes. Silas is still out there. And now he has company. And they all seem to know my name. Dating in your late 20s. Let me tell you, it is less about finding the one and more about sifting through a never-ending pile of red flags, ghosting, and conversations that die faster than a houseplant in my care. I would have been on and off Tinder for years, mostly off because, frankly, the whole song and dance just felt exhausting. But a few months ago, after a particularly brutal breakup, my friends convinced me to dive back into the digital dating pool. You gotta put yourself out there. Sarah, they would chirp, oblivious to the existential dread that accompanied every swipe. So there I was, swiping. Left, left, left. Then a profile popped up that actually made me pause. Mark, 32, a software engineer, with a genuinely warm smile and eyes that crinkled at the corners. His bio was short, witty, and did not mention anything about crypto or good vibes only. He liked hiking, cooking, and apparently obscure indie films. Okay, I thought, a glimmer of hope. I swipe right. Instant match. My phone buzzed and a small, irrational spark of optimism flickered. Our first few messages were easy, natural. We talked about our favorite hiking trails, swapped recommendations of those obscure indie films, and even debated the merits of pineapple on pizza. He was pro. I was firmly against, but we agreed to disagree good-naturedly. He seemed genuinely interested, not just in my profile, but in me. He asked thoughtful questions, remembered details I would mention, and his replies were always prompt, never leaving me hanging for hours. It was refreshing. Almost too refreshing, if I am honest. My internal alarm bells, usually blaring on full volume, were surprisingly quiet. After about a week of texting, he suggested we meet up. There's this great little coffee shop downtown. Super cozy. Good lattes, he typed. How about Saturday afternoon? Perfect. A public place. Low-key. Easy to escape if he turned out to be a weirdo. I agreed. Saturday arrived, and I actually felt a flutter of genuine anticipation, a feeling I had not experienced in ages. I picked out a cute, casual outfit, did my hair, and tried to quell the usual pre-date jitters. When I walked into the daily grind, he was already there, sitting at a small table by the window, nursing a cup of coffee. He stood up as soon as he saw me, a polite, charming gesture. In person, he was even better looking than his photos tall, well groomed, with that same kind smile. Sarah, hey, I am Mark, he said, extending a hand. His grip was firm, not too strong, not too weak. Just right. Hi, Mark. Nice to finally meet you. We settled into our seats, and the conversation picked up right where our text left off. He was easy to talk to, attentive, and genuinely funny. He made me laugh several times, a genuine, hearty laugh that surprised even myself. He listened when I spoke, making eye contact, and his questions felt sincere. He told me about his work, his passion for hiking, and a hilarious story about a disastrous cooking attempt involving a rogue batch of sourdough. I found myself completely at ease, something that rarely happened on first dates. The only thing, the only thing that struck me as a little odd was how much he seemed to know about my interests. Not just the stuff on my profile, but little nuances I would only briefly touch upon in our texts. Like, he mentioned a specific type of vintage camera I would post it about once on Instagram, long before we matched. I brushed it off, thinking maybe he would done a quick scan of my public social media, which, let's be real, is pretty standard these days. A little creepy. Maybe, but not deal-breaking creepy. Just thorough. 2 hours flew by. We finished our coffees, and he walked me to my car. I had a really great time. Sarah, he said, his smile still warm. Me too. Mark. Seriously, that was actually fun. Good, he chuckled. So, I was thinking I am a pretty decent cook, if I do say so myself. How about I make you dinner at my place sometime next week? I make a mean pasta carbonara. Now, this was a red flag I usually would not ignore. First date, fine. Second date at his place, usually a hard pass for me. But I do not know. There was something about Mark. He felt safe. He felt genuine. And after the string of duds I encountered, the idea of a home-cooked meal with someone who actually seemed to like me was incredibly appealing. Plus, he offered to send me a photo of his kitchen beforehand, just so you know I am not living in a total disaster zone. He was clearly trying to be reassuring. Okay, I heard myself say, carbonara sounds amazing. How about Thursday? His smile widened. Perfect. I will text you the address. As I drove home, a tiny voice in the back of my head whispered, "Are you crazy? Going to a stranger's house on a second date?" But I pushed it down. This felt different. Mark was not a stranger. We would have had a great connection. He was charming, intelligent, and seemed perfectly normal. I told myself I was just being overly cautious, letting past bad experiences dictate my present. I deserved a chance at something good. Thursday evening arrived, and I was, again, surprisingly excited. I wore a nice dress, but not too fancy. Casual elegance. I aimed for. He would send me his address, and it was in a nice, quiet residential neighborhood, not too far from mine. As I pulled up, I saw his house, a neat, 2-story colonial with a well-maintained garden. Looked perfectly normal. Nothing to suggest anything untoward. He opened the door before I even had a chance to ring the bell, as if he would have been watching for me. "Sarah, come in," he greeted, beaming. He looked handsome in a casual button-down shirt, a delicious aroma of garlic and herbs wafting from inside. "Wow, smells incredible already," I said, stepping into the entryway. The house was clean, almost clinically so. Not a single thing out of place. The hardwood floors gleamed, the walls were painted a neutral beige, and the furniture was modern, minimalist. It felt more like a showroom than a lived-in home. But again, I told myself, some people are just neat freaks. My own apartment was often a chaotic mess, so maybe I was just projecting. "Let me take your coat," he offered, hanging it neatly in a closet by the door. "Can I get you a drink?" "I have wine, beer, sparkling water." "Wine would be great. Thank you." He led me into the living room, which was equally pristine. A large, comfortable-looking sofa, a coffee table with a few art books stacked perfectly, and a large flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. No personal touches, no photos, no clutter. "Make yourself comfortable," he said, heading towards a kitchen. I sat on the sofa, feeling a little awkward in the silence. My eyes scanned the room, looking for something, anything, to ground me, and that is when I saw it. On a small, Minimalist bookshelf tucked into a corner, among a few literary classics and a couple travel guides, was a framed photo. It was me. My heart gave a little lurch. It was a photo of me at a local farmer's market, laughing, holding a bouquet of sunflowers. I remembered taking it my friend Chloe had snapped it from my Instagram story a few months back. But this was not a screenshot. This was a high-quality print, professionally framed in a sleek black frame. My breath hitched. No, it could not be. It had to be a coincidence. Maybe he just really likes sunflowers. Or maybe he found it online and thought it was a nice photo of someone and just put it up. No, that was insane. It was me. My face, my distinctive laugh lines, the exact outfit I would have been wearing that day. I felt a cold prickle start at the base of my neck. I tried to rationalize it away. Maybe he would seen it on my public profile and, in his eagerness, printed it out. Still weird, but less sinister. But the quality, it looked like it had been taken with a good camera, not a phone screenshot. Mark returned with 2 glasses of wine, a pleasant smile on his face. Here you go. Sauvignon Blanc. Hope that is okay. Perfect, thank you. I managed, taking a sip, my hand trembling slightly. I tried to act normal, to not stare at the photo, but my eyes kept darting back to it. He sat down on the opposite end of the sofa, giving me plenty of space. So, how was your day? Oh, busy. Just a normal Thursday. I stammered, my mind racing. I needed to get a closer look at that photo. I needed to know. Dinner will be ready in about 15 minutes, he said, oblivious to my internal turmoil. I just need to finish the sauce. Feel free to explore if you want, or just relax. Actually, I said, trying to sound casual, could I just use the restroom? Of course. It is just down the hall, second door on the left. He gestured vaguely down a short hallway leading off the living room. I stood up, my legs feeling a little wobbly. This was my chance. I walked down the hall, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Second door on the left. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The bathroom was just as immaculate as the rest of the house. White tiles, chrome fixtures, a single orchid on the counter. And then I saw them. They were not framed, not like the one in the living room. These were smaller, candid shots, tacked discreetly to a corkboard on the back of the bathroom door, almost hidden behind a towel rack. My blood ran cold, a wave of nausea washing over me. One photo of me, walking out of my apartment building, head down, probably checking my phone. The date stamp in the corner read October 27th. That was 3 weeks ago, before we matched. Another me, sitting at my regular coffee shop, reading a book, November 1st. A third me, laughing with Chloe at the park, pushing her on a swing, October 29th. All of them high quality, clear, taken from a distance. All of them before Mark, and I had ever even exchanged a single word. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. This was not a coincidence. This was not a misunderstanding. This was stalking. My mind screamed, "Get out! Get out now!" But my legs felt rooted to the spot. I stared at my own face, captured in moments I had not even known were being observed, my privacy utterly violated. The charming smile, the attentive questions, the perfect carbonara, it was all a meticulously crafted trap. I forced myself to breathe, to think. I could not just bolt. He would know. I needed a plan. I needed to act normal, make an excuse, and then run like hell. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to compose myself. My reflection in the mirror stared back at me, wide-eyed and terrified. I wiped my face, took a deep breath, and tried to plaster a semblance of normalcy onto my features. My heart was still hammering, but I needed to be calm. I opened the bathroom door, my senses on high alert. The hallway was empty. The alluring smell of pasta sauce was still wafting from the kitchen. I could hear the faint clinking of pots and pans. He was still cooking. I had to check. I had to know the extent of it. My fear was warring with a morbid, desperate curiosity. What else was there? Was this just the tip of the iceberg? Instead of heading back to the living room, I crept further down the hallway. There were 2 more doors. The first one, I assumed, was a bedroom. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to turn around, to go back to the living room, to make my escape. But a stronger, darker impulse compelled me forward. I had to know. For my own sanity, I had to see. I gently turned. The knob. It was not locked. I pushed the door open just a crack and peered inside. The room was dimly lit, the curtains drawn. My eyes struggled to adjust, and then they landed on it. The wall. The entire wall opposite the bed was covered, floor to ceiling, with photos of me. My breath caught in my throat, a silent scream trapped in my chest. It was not just a few photos. It was hundreds, thousands, maybe all of them me. There were the social media photos, blown up to poster size, some with little red circles drawn around specific details, a new necklace, a scar on my hand, a book I was reading. But then there were the others, the ones that made my blood run to ice. Me, asleep in my bed, sunlight streaming through my window. Me, making coffee in my kitchen, wearing my favorite old t-shirt. Me, watering the plants on my balcony. Me, walking my dog. Rex, early in the morning, before anyone else was awake. Me, getting into my car in my apartment parking lot, my face tired from a long day. These were not taken from a distance. These were taken from inside my apartment, or from directly outside my windows, with a powerful zoom lens. He had been watching me for months, maybe even longer. He knew my routines, my habits, my most private moments. Below the photos, on a long, minimalist desk, were notebooks, open to pages filled with meticulous handwriting. Dates, times, observations. Little maps with arrows pointing to my apartment, my workplace, my favorite coffee shop. Timelines. My daily schedule, broken down by the hour. It was a terrifying, comprehensive dossier of my entire life. And then I saw the red string, connecting various photos, tracing lines across the wall, converging on a single, larger photo in the center. It was a photo of me, smiling, from our first coffee date. A photo he must have taken himself, discreetly, while I was distracted, and written below it, in neat, precise letters mine. My stomach churned. I felt a wave of pure, unadulterated terror. He was not just a stalker. He was obsessed. He thought I was his. The Tinder match was not a beginning. It was a culmination of his twisted fantasy. He had not been looking for a date. He had been waiting for the perfect moment to ensnare me. A floorboard creaked somewhere in the house. My head snapped up. Had he heard me? Was he coming? I quickly, silently, backed out of the bedroom, pulling the door shut with excruciating slowness. My heart was a frantic drum, solo in my chest. I could not breathe. I could not think. All I knew was I had to get out. Now, I moved as quietly as possible, my bare feet padding softly on the hardwood floor, back down the hallway, past the bathroom, towards the living room. I needed my coat. My phone was in my coat pocket. As I reached the living room archway, Mark's voice cut through the air, calm and pleasant. "Everything okay? Sarah, dinner's almost ready." He was standing by the kitchen island, stirring something in a pan, his back to me. This was my chance. "Yeah, everything's great, Mark," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound completely normal. My voice sounded thin, reedy, even to my own ears. I actually just remembered I have an early morning meeting tomorrow. A really important one. I totally forgot about it. I walked toward the closet where my coat was hanging, my movement stiff and unnatural. He turned around, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Oh, that is a shame. I was really looking forward to dinner with you." His eyes, which had seemed so kind just hours ago, now held a glint of something I could not quite decipher. Something cold. I reached for my coat, my fingers fumbling with a hanger. "I know. I am so sorry. I am such an airhead sometimes. But it is a big client, and I really need to be sharp." He was watching me, his head tilted slightly. His smile was gone. "You seem a little flustered. Sarah, is everything all right?" My heart leaped into my throat. He knew. He could tell. No, no, I am fine. Just, sudden work stuff. It happens." I finally got my coat off the hanger. My phone felt heavy in my pocket. I needed to call 911. I needed to run. "Are you sure?" he asked, taking a step towards me. His voice was still calm, but there was an edge to it now, a subtle shift that sent shivers down my spine. "You were in the bathroom for quite a while, and then I thought I heard something down the hall." My blood ran cold. He had heard me. "Oh, no, just checking my phone." I lied, pulling it out of my pocket, my thumb hovering over the emergency call icon. Long text from my boss. He was closer now, blocking the front door. His eyes were no longer crinkling at the corners. They were flat, unblinking. "You know, Sarah," he said, his voice dropping to a low, even tone. "I have been watching you for a long time." My breath hitched. The game was over. "I know your favorite coffee order. I know the exact time you leave for work every morning. I know you like to read historical fiction before bed. I know you sometimes hum that old Beyoncé song when you're doing dishes." He took another step, closing the distance between us. His presence felt enormous, suffocating. "I know everything about you, Sarah, and you know what else I know." He was right in front of me now, his eyes boring into mine, devoid of any warmth. "I know you just went into my bedroom." My mind went blank with terror. My hand tightened around my phone. I had to run. "Mark, please." I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Let me go." A slow, chilling smile spread across his face. Not the warm one from his profile, but a predatory, possessive grin. "Let you go. Sarah, you do not understand. This is not a date. This is destiny. We were meant to be together. I have known it for months." He reached out, his hand closing around my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, like steel. "No," I cried, trying to pull away. Panic surged through me, giving me a burst of adrenaline. "Do not fight it." "Sarah," he said, his voice still unervingly calm, even as I struggled. "You are mine." I twisted my wrist, desperate to break free. My eyes darted around the entryway, searching for an escape route, a weapon, anything. The front door was right there, but he was between me and it. I kicked out, aiming for his shin. He grunted, but did not release me. "You are being difficult," he said, his face hardening. I do not like difficult. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage. I had to do something. I remembered the kitchen. A knife, with a surge of strength born from pure terror. I pulled my arm back, twisting my wrist with all my might. His grip loosened, just enough for me to yank free. I stumbled backward, almost falling. "Hey," he yelled, his voice losing its calm facade, a hint of anger creeping in. I did not hesitate. I spun around and bolted toward the kitchen, my feet pounding on the hardwood. I heard his footsteps behind me, heavy and fast. I burst into the kitchen, my eyes scanning frantically. Knives on the magnetic strip above the counter. I grabbed the first one. I could reach, a long, heavy chef's knife. It felt cold and solid in my trembling hand. I spun around, holding it up, pointing it at him as he entered the kitchen, his face contorted in a furious snarl. "Stay back." I screamed, my voice cracking. He stopped just inside the kitchen entrance, his eyes narrowed. "You really want to do this? Sarah, I swear to God, I will use it." I threatened, my hand shaking so violently the knife tip wavered. I did not know if I could, but I had to make him believe it. He stared at me for a long moment, his chest heaving slightly. The charming Mark was completely gone. In his place was a predator, his eyes filled with a chilling blend of anger and disappointment. "You are making a mistake," he said, his voice low and menacing. "You belong here." "No, I do not." I yelled back, tears stinging my eyes. "I am calling the police." I fumbled with my phone in my pocket, pulling out with my free hand. My thumb found the 911 button. His eyes widened slightly. He took a hesitant step back. He did not want the police. Not yet. Not when his perfect plan was so close to completion. "Do not," he warned, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes' fear. Hesitation. That was all the opening I needed. I did not wait for him to react. I turned and sprinted toward the back door of the kitchen, which I would notice led to a small yard. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers clumsy with panic. It clicked open. I threw the door open and burst out into the cool night air. I did not look back. I just ran across his perfectly manicured lawn, jumping over a small garden bed, scrambling over a low fence into the neighbor's yard. I could hear him shouting something behind me, but the words were lost in the pounding of my blood in my ears. I ran through the darkness, through unfamiliar backyards, until I reached another street. I did not know where I was, but I just kept running, my lungs burning, the chef's knife still clutched tightly in my hand. I finally reached a well-lit main road, gasping for breath, my body aching. I collapsed onto the curb, tears streaming down my face, still clutching the knife. My phone was still in my hand. My thumb, miraculously, had managed to dial 911. 911. "What is your emergency?" a calm voice asked. He was stalking me. I choked out, my voice raw. His house photos he kept me. I gave them Mark's address, my own address, everything I could remember between ragged breaths. Within minutes, police cars were screaming down the street, their sirens wailing. They found him. They found the house, the photos, the notebooks. The police were horrified. They told me he had been watching me for over 6 months, that he had been planning this date for weeks, meticulously documenting my life, learning my routines, building his shrine. The Tinder match was just a final, carefully orchestrated step to bring me into his trap. The next few weeks were a blur of police interviews, therapy sessions, and moving out of my apartment. I could not stay there. The thought of him watching me, knowing every detail of my life, was too much. Every shadow felt like a lurking figure. Every creak of the floorboards sent a jolt of terror through me. I installed new locks, new security cameras, but the feeling of violation, of being utterly exposed, lingered like a phantom limb. I still jump at sudden noises. I scrutinize every face in a crowd, wondering if I have been seen, if I am being watched. Online dating is a distant, terrifying memory. My friends try to be supportive, but they can't truly understand the profound sense of betrayal, the shattering of trust. Sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I remember his eyes. Those flat, unblinking eyes, devoid of warmth, filled with possessive darkness. And I remember the red string on his bedroom wall, connecting my smiling face to the word mine. I am safe now, or at least as safe as I can be. Mark is in custody, facing serious charges. But the horror of that night, the realization that the charming, kind man I thought I knew was a meticulous, dangerous predator, will never truly leave me. It is a shadow that follows me, a chilling reminder that sometimes the monsters are not under your bed. They are just a swipe away, and they might already know everything about you. I have always been a pretty laid back guy, not easily spooked. I mean, sure, I enjoy a good horror movie as much as the next person, but I usually chalk it all up to elaborate special effects and clever writing. Real life, in my experience, tends to be a lot more mundane. Or at least, it was until I met Sarah. It all started, as so many modern stories do, with a dating app. Her profile picture showed a smiling brunette with bright, intelligent eyes and a hint of a mischievous grin. Her bio was short, witty, and intriguing something about loving old books, obscure indie bands, and spontaneous road trips. She seemed like a breath of fresh air compared to the usual parade of gym selfies and vague platitudes. We matched, and our initial conversations were effortless. She had a dry sense of humor that mirrored mine, and we found common ground on everything from our shared disdain for cilantro to a mutual appreciation for cheesy 80s action flicks. After a week of texting, I felt a genuine connection, a rare thing in the digital dating landscape. So, when I finally asked her out, I was genuinely excited. We decided on dinner at a casual bistro downtown, a safe, public place for a first date. She arrived looking even better than her pictures, wearing a simple but elegant black dress that accentuated her figure without being over the top. Her eyes, I noticed, had a captivating depth to them, almost as if they held secrets she was just waiting to share. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing easily between us. I found myself laughing more than I had in weeks. She was smart, engaging, and genuinely interested in what I had to say. Toward the end of the meal, as we were finishing our desserts, she leaned forward, her voice dropping conspiratorially. "You know," she said, a playful glint in her eyes, "I know this incredible spot for stargazing. It is a bit of a drive, but the view is absolutely breathtaking, and it is practically deserted. Perfect for a clear night like this." Now, normally, I would be a little hesitant about a spontaneous, late-night drive with someone I would just met. My internal alarm bells would usually be ringing. But Sarah had this way about it, a disarming charm that made even the most unconventional suggestions seem perfectly natural. Plus, the idea of stargazing sounded romantic, a perfect cap to what had already been a fantastic evening. I admit, a little smitten. "Sounds great," I said, perhaps a little too eagerly. "Lead the way." She smiled, a genuine, warm smile that reached her eyes. "Wonderful. Just follow me." My car is parked a few blocks down. Her car was a dark blue sedan. Nothing fancy, but clean and well maintained. I got into the passenger seat, and she started the engine, the hum a comforting sound in the quiet night. We chatted idly as she navigated out of the city, the streetlights gradually giving way to the dimmer glow of suburban roads. She put on some soft ambient music, something I did not recognize, but it fit the mood perfectly. As we drove, the conversation continued, light and easy. We talked about our dreams, our fears, the silly things we did as kids. I felt a sense of ease with her that was surprising for a first date. We were heading north, out of the city's immediate orbit, past the sprawling shopping centers and housing developments. Soon, the familiar landmarks started to fade, replaced by darker stretches of road bordered by trees. "We are getting pretty far out," I commented, not with concern, but more as an observation. "Almost there," she replied, her eyes fixed on the road. "It is worth the drive, trust me." I believed her. The air was getting cooler, crisper, and I could already imagine the stars blazing in the inky blackness away from the city lights. I pulled out my phone, more out of habit than anything else, to check the time and maybe glance at a map to see exactly where this hidden gem was located. I opened GutGoo Maps, the blue representing our car moving steadily along a winding gray line. That is, when I noticed it. We were on what looked like a county road, a 2-lane asphalt strip cutting through what appeared to be dense woods. But as I zoomed in, trying to pinpoint our exact location, something felt off. The road we were on, the one my phone said we were on, was marked. but the one we were actually driving on did not quite match. Huh, I mumbled, frowning at the screen. That is weird. Sarah glanced at me. What is? This road, I said, tapping the screen. My map says we should be on, like, Old Mill Road, but this does not look like an Old Mill Road, and it does not seem to show a turnoff where we just took one. I scrolled around, trying to reorient myself. It is like we are on a road that is not quite on the map. She chuckled, a soft, melodious sound. Oh, do not mind that. My GPS always does that out here. The signal gets a bit spotty, and sometimes it takes a while for new roads to show up. This one's pretty new, actually. They just finished paving it a few months ago. Cuts a good 15 minutes off the drive to my spot. Her explanation made sense. New roads, spotty GPS. I would experience it before. I shrugged, putting my phone back in my pocket. Fair enough. Just caught me off guard. But as the minutes ticked by, a subtle unease began to creep in. The new road did not feel new. The asphalt was cracked in places, and the painted lines were faded. There were no shoulders, just a sudden drop-off into dense undergrowth. And there were absolutely no other cars. Not a single pair of headlights approaching, no taillights disappearing ahead. It was just us, and the beam of her headlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. The trees on either side of the road were tall and ancient, their branches interlocking overhead, forming a kind of tunnel. The air inside the car felt heavy, almost stagnant, despite the windows being slightly ajar. The ambient music, which had initially been calming, now seemed to lend an eerie, almost melancholic quality to the silence. I pulled out my phone again, more deliberately this time. I opened Gutgoo Maps again, then APBO Maps, then Waze. Each app showed the same thing, a network of roads in the general vicinity, but the specific road we were on, the one extending straight ahead into the impenetrable darkness, simply was not there. It was like a blank space, a void where a road should be. Sarah, I said, my voice a little tighter than I intended. I am serious. This road is not on any of my maps, not even as an unpaved trail or proposed route. It is just not there. She did not take her eyes off the road. Her expression was neutral, almost serene. I told you it is a new road. Sometimes it takes a while for the maps to update. You city folk are so reliant on your little screens. She smiled, a small, almost imperceptible curve of her lips. It did not reach her eyes. My heart started to beat a little faster. But this is not just not updated. It is like it does not exist. There are no streetlights, no signs, no houses, not even a single reflector post. How can a paved road disappear out here? It is a shortcut. Alex, she said, her voice still calm, but with an edge I had not heard before. A local secret. Not everything needs to be on Gutgoo, you know. A local secret. That was a plausible explanation, I suppose. But the logical part of my brain was screaming at me. A paved road, wide enough for 2 cars, stretching for miles through seemingly untouched wilderness, with no signs of human habitation, or even development that was not a shortcut. That was an anomaly. I tried to get a signal on my phone. Nothing. Not even a single bar. My phone, which had full signal just 20 minutes ago, was now a useless brick. I tried calling my own number, then my best friend, Mark. Each time, the call failed immediately. My phone's dead. I said, try and keep my voice even. No signal at all. The service out here is terrible. Sarah replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I told you that. It is why it is such a great spot for stargazing. No light pollution, no cell towers. The explanation was too convenient, too perfectly aligned with every growing concern I had. A new road not on maps, no signal, no other cars, total darkness. It was starting to feel less like a romantic adventure and more like a carefully orchestrated isolation. I looked out the window. The trees were different now. They were still tall, but they seemed to lean inward more, their branches twisted into grotesque, skeletal shapes against a sliver of moon visible through the canopy. The undergrowth was thick, impenetrable, and seemed to absorb all light, creating a solid wall of blackness beyond the reach of the headlights. I felt a prickle of cold sweat on my neck. "Sarah, I think we should turn back," I said, my voice firmer now. "This is getting a little too far out, and I am not comfortable with this road. I do not feel safe." She finally looked at me, just for a split second, her eyes reflecting the dashboard lights. The playful glint was gone, replaced by something cold and unreadable. Her smile, if you could call it that, was a thin, humorless line. "Oh, Alex," she murmured, her voice soft, almost a whisper, yet it sent a shiver down my spine. "We can't turn back. Not now. We are almost there." "Almost where?" I demanded, my fear starting to override my politeness. "Where are we going?" "Sarah, what is this place?" She did not answer. She just kept driving, her hands gripping the steering wheel, her knuckles white. The music in the car seemed to swell slightly, the melancholic notes taking on a more ominous quality. I suddenly realized I could not remember the name of the band, or even the genre. It felt like a soundtrack specifically designed to accompany my mounting dread. I looked around for any sign of a turnoff, a driveway, anything. Nothing, just the endless, dark tunnel of trees and the cracked, phantom road. I tried to open the car door, but it was locked. I tried the window, but it only went down a few inches before stopping. Child safety locks. I thought, a fresh wave of panic washing over me. Or maybe not. Unlock the door. "Sarah," I said, my voice trembling now, despite my best efforts to control it. "Let me out of the car." "Now." She finally responded, her voice unnervingly calm. "Do not be silly. Alex, we are almost at the best part. You would not want to miss it." "What best part?" I yelled, my heart hammering against my ribs. "What are you talking about? This is not a stargazing spot, is it? What do you want?" She chuckled again, a low, guttural sound that was nothing like her earlier, charming laugh. "Oh, I want to show you something truly unique. Something you won't find on any map or in any guidebook." The car suddenly swerved, taking a sharp, unannounced turn onto what looked like an even narrower, unpaved track. The branches of the trees scraped against the side of the car, a harsh, grating sound that made me flinch. The road, if you could even call it that, was barely wide enough for the car, and the ride became incredibly bumpy, jostling me around in my seat. "Where are you going?" I screamed, my voice cracking. "Stop the car. Let me out." She ignored me. Her eyes were wide now, fixed on something in the darkness ahead that I could not see. Her lips were parted in a strange, almost ecstatic smile. The serene mask had completely fallen away, revealing something primal and unsettling underneath. I frantically searched the car for anything I could use, a lever, a button, anything. My hand brushed against the glove compartment. I yanked it open. Inside, among some old papers and a spare tire gauge, I saw a small, glinting object, a multi-tool with a small blade. Not much, but it was something. I snatched it, my fingers fumbling with the mechanism to open the blade. Just as I got it open, the car lurched to a halt. We were in a small clearing, surrounded on all sides by the same oppressive, ancient trees. The air here was even colder and carried a faint, earthy smell, like damp soil and decaying leaves, mixed with something else, something metallic, like old blood. In the center of the clearing stood a structure. It was not a house or a cabin, or anything recognizable. It was more like a crude, monolithic altar, made of rough-hewn stones, black and glistening in the faint moonlight. It stood about 8 feet tall, with a flat top and on its surface. I could vaguely make out dark, irregular stains. Sarah turned off the engine. plunging us into complete silence and near total darkness. The only light came from the sliver of moon above and the dim glow of the dashboard. In that faint light, I saw her face. Her eyes were no longer just unreadable. They were utterly devoid of warmth, reflecting only the cold, hard light of the moon. Her smile was wide now, a predatory grin that showed too much teeth. "Welcome, Alex," she whispered, her voice a low, guttural purr. "Welcome to the real hidden gem." Before I could react, she lunged, her hand shooting out and grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. Her grip was like a vice, her fingers digging into my flesh. I cried out, struggling against her, the multi-tool blade clutched uselessly in my other hand. "You're gonna love it here," she hissed, her face inches from mine, her breath hot and foul. "You are going to be part of something truly special." I twisted, trying to pull away, but she held me fast. Her other hand reached for my face, her long, cold fingers pressing against my jaw, forcing my head to turn toward the altar. "See it," she whispered, her voice filled with chilling reverence. "It has been waiting. They have been waiting." My eyes, wide with terror, scanned the altar, and then I saw it. Not just stains. Carvings. Grotesque, swirling symbols etched into stone, pulsing faintly with a dim, internal light that seemed to absorb the moonlight rather than reflect it. And among the symbols, I saw shapes that looked disturbingly like human figures, contorted in agony, their forms barely discernible in the flickering gloom. A low, guttural sound emanated from somewhere beyond the trees, a sound that was not animal, was not human. It was deep, resonant, and filled with an ancient hunger. It was the sound of something waking. Sarah tightened her grip on my wrist, pulling me towards her. Her eyes were fixed on the altar, shining with a terrifying devotion. "They are here," she breathed, a look of pure ecstasy on her face. "They have come for you." I knew with absolute certainty that I was not going to be stargazing. I was not going to be part of a romantic evening. I was going to be an offering, a sacrifice. Desperation surged through me, a primal instinct to survive. I still had the multi-tool in my hand. Without thinking, I brought it up, aiming blindly. The small blade, barely an inch long, caught her arm. She shrieked, a high-pitched, inhuman sound that echoed through the clearing. Her grip on my wrist faltered. Just for a second, it was all I needed. I yanked my arm free, scrambled across the seat, and fumbled for the door handle. It was still locked, but the shriek had startled her. She recoiled, clutching her arm, her eyes wide with a mixture of pain and fury. In that moment of distraction, I slammed my shoulder against the car door, again and again, putting all my weight into it. The latch groaned, then with a sickening crack, the door burst open. I tumbled out of the car, hitting the ground hard, rolling onto my hands and knees. The cold, damp earth bit into my skin. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain, and bolted. I did not know where I was going. I did not care. Away from Sarah, away from the altar, away from the unseen things that were stirring in the woods. The trees were a solid wall of darkness, but I plunged into them anyway, pushed into the thick undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin. Behind me, I heard Sarah's voice, no longer a purr, but a chilling, echoing shriek. "Come back. Alex, you can't escape. You are already on the road." Her words chilled me to the bone. On the road. Not just on a road, but part of it. The road that did not exist. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I tripped over roots, fell, and picked myself up again, my only thought to get as far away as possible. The sounds of the forest were all around me now, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, and that deep, guttural hum that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. I could hear other noises too, soft scuttling sounds, heavy thuds, and what sounded like faint, distant whispers carried on the wind. I do not know how long I ran. Minutes felt like hours, hours like an eternity. The moon was obscured by clouds, plunging the forest into absolute darkness. I was completely disoriented, lost, and terrified. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a monstrous shape. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps behind me. At some point, exhausted and disoriented, I stumbled into what felt like a clearing. I collapsed, gasping for breath, my body aching, my mind a jumble of fear and confusion. I lay there for a long time, listening, my heart still pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The sound of the forest eventually softened, and the guttural hum seemed to recede. Slowly, cautiously, I pushed myself up. My eyes had adjusted somewhat to gloom, and I could just make out my surroundings. I was in a small, circular clearing, surrounded by the same dark, oppressive trees. But this clearing was different. In the center, barely visible in the faint light, was a single, ancient-looking signpost. It was made of gnarled, dark wood, leaning precariously to one side. I stumbled towards it, my legs weak, my curiosity warring with my instinct to run. As I got closer, I saw that it had several arms, pointing in different directions. Each arm had words carved into it, old and faded. I squinted, trying to make them out. One arm pointed back the way I thought I would come. It read the unseen path. Another pointed deeper into the woods, the whispering woods. A third, pointing toward what looked like an even denser part of the forest, simply said beyond. And the last arm, the one pointing back towards where I imagined Sarah's car and the altar were, had a single word carved into it, deeply and deliberately. A word that made my blood run cold and froze a scream in my throat. It simply read return. Beneath it, in smaller, almost unnoticeable script, was a chilling addendum to the road that is not. I stared at it, my mind reeling. The road that is not. The road that did not exist on maps. This was it. This was where I was. I was not just lost in the woods. I was lost in a place that should not exist. A place that was actively not part of the world I knew. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing, just shadows and the gnarled shapes of the trees. But I felt it, a presence, a cold, heavy sensation in the air, like something vast and ancient was watching me. I knew, instinctively, that I could not stay there. I could not go back down the unseen path that would lead me back to Sarah. I could not go into the whispering woods or beyond, not knowing what horrors awaited me there. My eyes fell on the return sign again, and the chilling phrase beneath it, to the road that is not. It clicked. The road was not just a physical place. It was a concept, a trap. Sarah had not just driven me on the road. She had driven me into it, into a dimension, a reality, where the rules of my world did not apply. I had to get back to my world. But how? I looked at the signpost again, desperately searching for a clue. And then I saw it. Another carving, almost completely worn away, on the base of the post near the ground. It was a symbol, a circle with jagged line cutting through it. And next to it, faint but discernible, a single word exit. It pointed in no particular direction, simply indicated a way out, a way to break free from this impossible place. It was a directionless direction, a path that was only revealed by intent. I closed my eyes, took a deep, shuddering breath, and focused all my will, all my desperate longing for my own reality, on that single word exit. I imagined my apartment, my friends, the familiar sound of city traffic, the warmth of a normal life. I pictured the map on my phone, the blue, moving along a clearly defined, real road. When I opened my eyes, the clearing was still there. The signpost was still there. But the air felt different, thinner, somehow. And in the distance, through the trees, I thought I saw a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer, like heat haze rising from asphalt. It was a gamble, a desperate, terrifying gamble. But what choice did I have? I started walking toward the shimmer, my body screaming in protest, but my mind fixed on the image of my own world. I pushed through the undergrowth, ignoring the scratches, the cold, the lingering sense of unseen eyes on me. The shimmer grew stronger, coalescing into a hazy outline of what looked like a road. A road that, against all logic, felt familiar. It was not the phantom road Sarah had driven me on. This one had streetlights, albeit dim and far apart. It had faint, almost invisible lines painted on its surface. As I stepped onto it, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The forest around me seemed to ripple, the trees blurring and then sharpening, as if snapping into a different kind of focus. The air grew warmer, and I could hear the faint, distant hum of traffic. I was on a road, a real road. I collapsed onto the warm asphalt, tears stinging my eyes. I was exhausted, terrified, but alive. I pulled out my phone. To my astonishment, it had 2 bars of signal. And when I opened GutGoo Maps, the blue was there, moving along a clearly marked county road. A road I recognized. A road that existed. I called Mark, my best friend. My voice was hoarse, ragged, but he picked up on the 3rd ring. "Dude, where are you?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. "I have been trying to call you. You stood me up for our game night." "Mark," I choked out. I need you to come get me. I am on County Road 17, just past the old quarry. Please, just come get me. Do not ask questions." He heard the terror in my voice, the raw panic. "Whoa. Alex, what happened? Are you okay? You sound like you just saw a ghost." "Worse," I whispered, looking back at the edge of the forest, where the road I had just come from seemed to vanish into a solid wall of trees, leaving no trace. "Much, much worse." He picked me up about 20 minutes later. I was a mess, scratched, bruised, my clothes torn, trembling uncontrollably. I tried to explain what happened, about Sarah, about the road, about the altar and the whispers. He listened patiently, his face a mixture of concern and disbelief. He thought I would have had a bad drug reaction or a psychotic break. I could not blame him. It sounded insane. I never saw Sarah again. Her dating profile vanished from the app. There were no records of her car, no address, no job. It was like she had never existed. But I know she did. And I know the road did. Sometimes when I am driving late at night, especially on lonely stretches of highway, I feel a prickle of fear. I glance at my GPS, just to make sure the road I am on is actually on the map. I check my rear view mirror, half expecting to see a dark blue sedan, its headlights cutting through the darkness, following me. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see the altar, the strange symbols, and Sarah's predatory smile. I can still hear the guttural hum from the woods, and her chilling whisper you are already on the road. I escaped that night, but a part of me, a part of my mind, is still out there on the road that is not. And I know with a terrifying certainty that it is always waiting. Waiting for someone else to take that wrong turn. Waiting for another unsuspecting soul to be driven down a path that exists only in the dark, hungry spaces between realities. And sometimes, late at night, I feel like a part of that road is still within me, a phantom route etched into my very being, just waiting for the next turn. You know, there are some nights when the road just stretches out forever. The kind of nights where the only company you have got is the hum of your engine and the static hiss of a forgotten radio station. I would have been driving for what felt like an eternity, pushing through the tail end of a cross-country trip. It was well past midnight, the kind of hour where the world feels like it is holding its breath, and every distant light on the horizon looks like a mirage. My eyes were starting to blur, the white lines on the asphalt melding into one endless ribbon. I needed a break, a coffee, something to cut through the thick fog of fatigue that was settling in my brain. That is when I saw a beacon of neon glow in the desolate dark. A diner. The Midnight Special, the sign proudly declared, its letters flickering with a charming, old-school imperfection. It looked like something straight out of a movie, a classic American roadside stop. promising warmth, grease, and caffeine. A perfect sanctuary from a lonely road. I signaled, pulled off the interstate, and navigated the cracked asphalt of the parking lot. There were not many cars, a couple of beat-up sedans, a pickup truck, all looking like they would seen better days. Just like mine. I killed the engine, and the sudden silence was almost deafening after hours of road noise. A shiver ran down my spine, but I chalked it up to the late hour and the cool night air. I grabbed my phone and wallet and headed for the door. The bell above the door jingled, a bright, cheerful sound that seemed utterly out of place in the quiet that followed. As I stepped inside, the air hit me a thick, comforting blend of stale coffee, sizzling bacon, and something vaguely sweet like syrup. It was exactly what I expected, exactly what I needed. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a slightly sickly yellow glow on the vinyl booths and laminate countertops. A few patrons were scattered around, mostly alone, nursing mugs of coffee or picking at plates of half-eaten food. I took a deep breath, letting the familiar diner atmosphere wash over me. It felt good to be out of the car, to be in a place where other people existed, even if they were just strangers. I walked towards an empty booth near the back, figuring I would get a good view of the whole place from there. As I moved, I noticed something odd. The diner was quiet. Too quiet. There was no clatter of plates, no murmur of conversation, none of the usual background noise you expect in a place like this, even late at night. The only sound was that persistent, low hum of the lights. I slid into the booth, the worn vinyl groaning softly under my weight. My eyes scanned the room, looking for a waitress. That is when I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I dismissed it, telling myself it was just my imagination, the lingering paranoia of being on the road alone for too long. But the feeling persisted. I looked around again, more deliberately this time. There were maybe 8 or 9 other people in the diner, all seated at various booths or stools along the counter. And every single one of them was looking at me. It was not a casual glance, the kind you get when a new person walks into a room. This was different. Their heads were all turned in my direction, their eyes fixed. It was unnerving, but I tried to play it cool. Maybe I looked particularly disheveled, or maybe they just were not used to seeing new faces out here. I offered a small, polite smile, a silent hello. No one smiled back. No one even acknowledged it. They just kept staring. Their expressions were utterly blank, devoid of curiosity, annoyance, or even recognition. Just blank. My smile faltered. My heart gave a little thump against my ribs. Okay, this was officially weird. I cleared my throat, feeling suddenly self-conscious. I pulled out my phone, pretending to check a message, hoping they would lose interest. But when I glanced up again, they were still there, their gaze unwavering. That is, when I noticed it. The first detail that truly sent a chill down my spine. None of them were blinking. I stared back, trying to catch someone, anyone, in the act of blinking. The man at the counter, hunched over a plate of what looked like cold pancakes. The couple in the booth across from him, their hands resting on the table, unmoving. The old woman by the window, her face a web of wrinkles, her eyes wide and unblinking. It was like they were mannequins, frozen in place, their gazes locked onto me. A waitress finally emerged from the kitchen, pushing through the swinging doors with a tray of what looked like fresh coffee. She was a young woman, probably in her early 20s, with a tired expression and her hair pulled back in a messy bun. She looked normal. Thank God. She walked toward my booth, her steps a little heavy, her gaze fixed on the table in front of her. "What can I get for you, Han?" she asked, her voice flat, almost devoid of inflection. She did not look at me, but at the menu on the table. Coffee, black, and maybe a cheeseburger, fries. I stammered, my voice sounding a little shaky even to my own ears. I tried to catch her eye, hoping for some human interaction, some sign that this was not as strange as it felt. She finally looked up, her eyes meeting mine. And that is when my blood ran cold. Her eyes were wide open, not just tired, but unnervingly open. She was not blinking either. Her gaze was just as fixed, just as blank as all the others. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through her hand as she reached for her notepad. Her smile when it came was too wide, too still, like it had been painted on her face. Coming right up, she said, her voice still flat, but now with an unsettling edge of something. Anticipation. Boredom. I could not tell. She turned and walked back towards the kitchen, her movements a little too smooth, a little too precise. I watched her go, then slowly, reluctantly, turned my attention back to the other patrons. They had not moved, not an inch. Their eyes were still on me, unblinking, unmoving. It was like they were waiting for me to do something, or waiting for something to happen to me. My heart was hammering against my ribs now, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. The comforting aroma of the diner now felt cloying, suffocating. The fluorescent lights seemed brighter, harsher, exposing every detail of the unnatural tableau around me. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. This was not normal. This was not just a quiet diner. This was something else. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of local quirk, a weird game they played with strangers. But the sheer intensity of their collective gaze, the absolute stillness, the lack of blinking was beyond any practical joke. It felt predatory, like I was prey in a cage, surrounded by silent observers. I reached for my phone again, my fingers fumbling. No signal. Of course. Or maybe I just could not focus enough to see it. My hands were shaking. I needed to get out, of here. But my legs felt heavy, rooted to the spot. I looked down at the table, trying to regain some semblance of control. The laminated menu, the sugar dispenser, the napkin holder, all perfectly ordinary. But the ordinary had been twisted, warped into something deeply sinister by the unblinking eyes that surrounded me. A few minutes later, the waitress returned. She placed a mug of coffee in front of me, the ceramic clinking softly against the table. Then she set down a plate with a cheeseburger and fries. The food looked fine, perfectly normal, but I could not bring myself to touch it. The thought of eating anything in this place, under those stairs, made my stomach churn. Anything else, she asked, her voice still monotone. She stood there, perfectly still, her unblinking eyes fixed on my face. No, thank you. I managed, my voice a whisper. I forced myself to pick up the coffee mug, the warmth of small comfort against the cold dread spreading through me. I took a sip. It was lukewarm, bitter, and tasted faintly metallic. I nearly gagged. Just let me know when you are ready for the check, she said, and then she turned and walked back behind the counter, where she stood, perfectly still, staring at me, just like everyone else. I felt like I was suffocating. The air felt thick, heavy with unspoken anticipation. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to bolt out the door, to get back in my car and drive until the sun came up. But the thought of standing up, of turning my back on them, filled me with an even greater terror. What would they do? Would they move then? Would they follow? I tried to distract myself, to focus on something else. I looked at the details of the diner, the faded photographs on the wall, showing local landmarks, the old-fashioned clock, its hands frozen at 2:15, the chipped paint on the window frames. Everything felt preserved, like time itself had stopped here, trapping these silent, unblinking figures in an eternal vigil. A bead of sweat trickled down my temple. I could feel my pulse throbbing in my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, trying to clear my head, trying to make it all go away. When I opened them, they were still there, all of them, still staring. I could not take it anymore. I had to leave. I had to at least try. Slowly, deliberately, I pushed myself out of the booth. The vinyl groaned again, a sound that seemed to echo in profound silence the diner. Every movement felt amplified, every rustle of my clothes, every creak of the floorboards. I could feel all their eyes tracking me, a collective weight pressing down on me. It was like moving through thick molasses. I stood up straight, trying to project an air of nonchalance, even as my knees felt like jelly. I started walking toward the front door, my steps slow, hesitant. My eyes darted from face to face. The man at the counter, the couple in the booth, the old woman. Their heads were turning now, slowly, in unison, following my progress. Not just their eyes, but their entire heads, like automatons on a single invisible track. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. This was where it got truly terrifying. I reached the counter, where the waitress stood, still unblinking, her fixed smile still plastered on her face. Her eyes, wide and glassy, seemed to bore right through me. I need the check. I mumbled, my voice barely audible. She did not move. Her smile did not waver. Her eyes remained locked on mine. The check. I repeated, a little louder, a desperate plea for her to break character, to be human. Then, slowly, she reached on the counter. My eyes widened, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. What was she reaching for? A weapon? A hidden button? She pulled out a small laminated card. It was the check. The total was neatly printed 12.50. I fumbled for my wallet, my fingers clumsy with fear. I pulled out a $20 bill and placed it on the counter. My hand trembled so violently I almost dropped it. She took the 20, her movement still unerringly precise. She placed it in a small metal tray, and then, without a word, walked to the cash register. The register drawer slid open with a soft ding, a sound that was shockingly loud in the silence. She made change, her fingers moving with an almost mechanical efficiency. She returned to the counter and placed the change, a $7 bill, and 2 quarters in the tray. Her unblinking eyes never left mine. "Thank you," she said, her voice still flat, but with a new, subtle undertone. It was almost welcoming. I did not take the change. I just wanted to get out. I turned towards the door, my hand reaching for the cold metal handle. As my fingers closed around the handle, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. It seemed to come from all around me, a collective sigh, a soft, sibilant sound that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. "You are finally here." The words were not spoken by any one person. They were a chorus, a shared thought, echoing in my mind as much as in the silent diner. I yanked the door open, the bell above it jingling frantically, a desperate alarm in the quiet night. I did not look back. I did not dare. I burst out into the cool night air, sucking in huge gulps of oxygen, my lungs burning. I scrambled to my car, fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. I started the engine, threw it into reverse, and peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spitting from under my tires. My rear view mirror showed the diner, its neon sign still flickering, a deceptive beacon in the darkness. And in the window, I could see them, all of them, still standing, still sitting, their heads turned, their unblinking eyes fixed on the spot where my car had been just moments before. I floored it, not caring about speed limits, not caring about anything but putting as much distance between myself and that place as humanly possible. I drove for miles, my heart still hammering. The image of those unblinking eyes burned into my memory. I did not stop until the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of orange and purple. I pulled into a gas station, a modern, brightly lit place with a convenience store full of normal, blinking people. I stumbled inside, bought a ridiculously expensive coffee, and tried to calm my frayed nerves. But even as I stood there, surrounded by the mundane sounds of a busy morning, I could not shake the feeling. The silence of that diner, the weight of those unblinking stares, The chilling whisper, "You are finally here." What did it mean? What were they? Were they even human? I did not know, and I did not want to know. I never looked back at that stretch of highway. I took a different route home, adding hours to my already long journey. I avoided diners, especially at night. For weeks, I found myself checking my own reflection just to make sure my eyes were still blinking, still moving. The memory of the midnight special still haunts me. Sometimes, late at night, when I am alone and the house is quiet, I can still feel it. That prickling sensation on the back of my neck. That cold, heavy weight of 1,000 unblinking eyes fixed on me, waiting. And I wonder if I had stayed, if I had taken change, if I had just accepted their welcome, what would have happened? Would I have become one of them? Another silent, unblinking figure, waiting patiently in the eternal glow of the midnight special for the next unsuspecting traveler to finally arrive. I do not know, and I pray to God I never find out. Dating in my late 20s had become less a romantic quest and more of an archaeological dig through the ruins of human connection. Every swipe felt like sifting through digital sand for a glimmer of something real, something that was not just a carefully curated highlight reel, or worse, a thinly veiled cry for attention. I would have my share of bizarre encounters, sure, but nothing that truly stuck with me. Nothing that felt like it had carved a permanent scar into my psyche. That was until Alara. Her profile picture was a study in effortless beauty, a cascade of dark, wavy hair, eyes the color of warm honey, and a smile that promised both kindness and a hint of playful mischief. Her bio was short, witty, and surprisingly genuine. No cliches about loving travel or sunsets, just a self-deprecating line about her inability to keep houseplant alive and a passion for obscure indie films. I swiped right, almost on instinct, and to my surprise, we matched. Our initial conversations were easy, flowing like we would known each other for years. She had a sharp wit and a quick mind, challenging my opinions in a way that was both stimulating and genuinely charming. It was a refreshing change from the usual small talk about jobs and hobbies. We talked for days, losing track of time, and I found myself looking forward to her messages with an eagerness I had not felt in a long time. Finally, I suggested we meet in person. She agreed, suggesting a new spot downtown called the Velvet Lounge, a place known for its dim lighting and craft cocktails. Perfect, I thought. A little sophisticated, a little mysterious. When I walked into the Velvet Lounge that Friday night, Alara was already there, seated at a small, circular table tucked away in a dimly lit alcove. She looked even better than her pictures, if that was possible. Her dress, a deep emerald green, complemented her eyes, and her smile, the one I would have been captivated by in her profile, was even more radiant in person. She stood to greet me, extending a hand that felt soft and cool in mine. "Mark, right?" she asked, her voice a low, melodious tone that sent a shiver down my spine, the good kind, the kind that signals genuine attraction. "The one and only," I replied, feeling a little flustered, which rarely happened to me. "Alara, it is great to finally meet you." We settled into our seats, and the conversation picked up right where it left off online. She was engaging, intelligent, and funny, making me laugh with stories about her chaotic cat and her attempts at learning to knit. I found myself completely engrossed, leaning forward, forgetting my usual dating app anxieties. This, I thought, could actually be something special. The Velvet Lounge had a chic, slightly gothic aesthetic. Dark wood, plush velvet, and strategic lighting created an intimate atmosphere. Behind Alara on the wall hung a large, ornate mirror with a gilded frame. It reflected the soft glow of the candles on our table, the hushed movements of the other patrons, and of course, Alara herself. At one point, Alara was telling a particularly amusing anecdote about a disastrous baking attempt, her eyes sparkling with mirth, her lips curved into that captivating smile. I found myself looking past her, admiring the way the candlelight caught in her dark hair, when my gaze drifted to her reflection in the mirror. And that is when I saw it. Her reflection in the mirror was smiling, but it was not her smile. Her actual face, the one directly in front of me, was still animated, still charming, still telling the story with genuine amusement. But the reflection smile was wider, stretched just a fraction too far, revealing a hint more gum than was natural. And the eyes, the reflection's eyes, though the same honey color, held a cold, almost predatory gleam that was utterly absent from the warm, sparkling eyes looking at me. It was only for a split second, a fleeting flicker, before the reflection seemed to snap back into perfect sync with the real Alara. My heart gave a strange lurch, a sudden, inexplicable jolt of unease. I blinked, rubbing my eyes discreetly. Everything all right. Mark, Alara asked, her actual smile softening with concern. Yeah, just the lighting in here is playing tricks on my eyes. I guess. I mumbled, trying to sound casual. I laughed a little too loudly. Thought I saw something weird in the mirror. She chuckled, a light, airy sound. It is pretty dim. Adds to the ambience, though. Do not you think? I nodded, forcing a smile. I tried to dismiss it. It had to be the light, or maybe I was just tired. Dating fatigue, that is all it was. My brain was probably just overanalyzing everything, looking for flaws where there were none. Alara was perfect. Too perfect, maybe. No, that was just my cynicism talking. For the rest of the evening, I found myself glancing at the mirror, trying to catch it again. But every time I looked, Alara's reflection was a flawless, identical twin to her actual self. I started to relax, chalking it up to an optical illusion. We ordered more drinks, shared a dessert, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. By the time we left the Velvet Lounge, I was genuinely smitten, the earlier flicker of unease all but forgotten. We exchanged a lingering hug goodnight, and I walked home feeling a giddy lightness I had not experienced in years. I even caught myself smiling like a fool in my apartment building's elevator mirror. This was it. I thought this was the one. We set up a second date for a couple of days later, a Sunday afternoon coffee at a bustling cafe with floor-to-ceiling windows. I arrived early, butterflies in my stomach, and secured a table by the window, watching the street life go by. When Alara walked in, the sunlight seemed to gravitate towards her. She was wearing a simple sundress, her hair tied back, looking radiant and effortlessly beautiful. "Hey, stranger," she said, her smile as warm and inviting as I remembered. "Hey yourself." I replied, genuinely happy to see her. We ordered our coffees, and again, the conversation was easy, comfortable. We talked about our week, our plans, our favorite books. I felt completely at ease, completely myself. The cafe was bright, filled with natural light, and the windows offered a clear reflection of the interior. As Alara was laughing at a story, I was telling about a misadventure with my neighbor's dog. I happened to glance past her towards a window. Her reflection was there, clear as day, framed by the bustling street outside. And there it was again. Her face, directly in front of me, was alight with genuine amusement. Her eyes crinkling at the corners, her lips parted in a joyful laugh. But in the reflection, her mouth was still curved into a smile. Yes, but it was a thin, humorless line. Her reflected eyes were wide open, unblinking, and utterly devoid of warmth. They were fixed directly on me, and in their depths, I saw not amusement, but a chilling, calculating assessment. My blood ran cold. This was not a trick of the light. This was not fatigue. This was real. I stopped mid-sentence, my voice trailing off. "Mark," Alara asked, her actual face still glowing with a sweet, questioning smile. "What is wrong? Did I miss something?" I forced myself to look away from the window, back to her. No, sorry. Just lost my train of thought for a second there. I tried to pick up my story, but my mind was racing. My heart was pounding like a drum against my ribs. I tried to be subtle. I pretended to reach for my coffee, angling my head slightly to catch her reflection again. This time, as I watched, her reflected smile seemed to widen just as her actual face maintained a polite, slightly concerned expression. It was a slow, deliberate stretching of the lips, a silent, mocking grin that sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I gripped my coffee cup tighter, my knuckles white. "You know," I said, try and keep my voice even. "This window is really reflective. You can see everything." Ilera glanced over her shoulder, a casual, dismissive gesture. "Oh, yeah, it is great for people watching," she said, turning back to me, her smile still perfectly sweet. "So, about your neighbor's dog." She did not seem to notice, or she pretended not to. A cold dread began to coil in my stomach. Was I losing my mind? Was this some elaborate prank? But her reflection, it was too specific, too unsettling. It felt like I was seeing a secret, a hidden layer to the person sitting across from me. I spent the rest of the date in a state of heightened anxiety, trying to sneak glances at her reflection without being obvious. Each time, the discrepancies were there, subtle but undeniable. If she was listening intently, her reflection might be looking around the cafe with bored indifference. If she made a self-deprecating joke, her reflection would offer a smirk of disdain. The most chilling was when she would flash her genuine, radiant smile at me, and her reflection would mirror it, but with a horrifying, dead-eyed blankness that spoke of something utterly devoid of human emotion. The cognitive dissonance was jarring, making me feel physically ill. How could two such different expressions exist simultaneously? How could she not see it? I had a really great time today. "Ilera," I said as we stood outside the cafe. The afternoon sun warm on my skin, but a chill gripping my insides. "Me too. Mark," she replied, her voice soft, her honey eyes sparkling. "We should definitely do this again." "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Definitely." I hugged her, a quick, awkward embrace, and practically sprinted to my car. The drive home was a blur. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation, a hallucination, a trick of light combined with confirmation bias. But the discrepancies had been too consistent, too specific. I went home and stared at myself in the bathroom mirror. My reflection stared back, mirroring every flicker of fear in my eyes. It was me. It was always me. So what was happening with Ilera? I started researching. Reflection anomalies, doppelgangers, entities that do not reflect. I found forums filled with urban legends, ghost stories, and psychological conditions. Nothing quite fit. Nothing explained the specific. Chilling difference in expression. Despite the creeping horror, a part of me, the part that was still captivated by the charming Ilera, wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was just me. Maybe I was projecting. I decided to try one more time, to test it, to prove myself wrong. I messaged her that evening, suggesting a third date. To my relief, she responded almost immediately, agreeing to meet for dinner on Tuesday. This time, I suggested a restaurant I knew well, a place with large, well-lit windows and, crucially, a prominent mirrored wall near the back. I needed a controlled environment, a place where I could observe without distraction. Tuesday arrived, and my stomach was a knot of nerves. I dressed carefully, trying to look relaxed, but inside, I was a coiled spring. I arrived at the restaurant first and immediately scoped out the seating. I chose a table that offered a clear view of the mirrored wall, ensuring Ilera would be facing it. When she arrived, she was, as always, stunning. She wore a simple black dress that accentuated her figure, and her presence lit up the slightly formal dining room. "Mark, you look great," she said, her smile genuine. "You too." "Ilera," I managed, my voice a little tight. We ordered, and the conversation began. I tried to steer it towards lighter topics, but my mind was fixated on the mirrored wall behind her. I kept glancing up, trying to catch it. At first, everything seemed normal. Her reflection perfectly mimicked her every gesture, every smile, every blink. I started to breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe I really had been imagining things. Maybe the stress of dating had finally gotten to me. Then, she started telling a story about her family, a warm, nostalgic tale about her grandmother. Her eyes were soft, filled with affection, her voice gentle. I looked up at the mirror. Her reflection was there, looking back. But as she spoke of her love for her grandmother, the reflection's lips were curled into a faint, almost imperceptible sneer. Its eyes, those honey-colored eyes, were hard, cold, and utterly devoid of emotion. They were not looking at me, or at the Lara speaking. They were looking past us, into the depths of the mirrored wall, as if contemplating something unseen. My breath itched. It was worse than before. This was not just a different smile. It was a complete emotional disconnect. The Lara in front of me was a picture of warmth and affection, while the reflection was a mask of contempt. I tried to keep my composure. That is really sweet. Lara, I said, my voice barely a whisper. She looked at me, her actual face radiating warmth. She was a wonderful woman, she said, a soft, wistful smile gracing her lips. I looked back at the reflection. The sneer was still there, now accompanied by a subtle, almost imperceptible shake of the head. No, the reflection seemed to say, not sweet at all. A wave of pure terror washed over me. This was not a trick. This was real. And it was horrific. The person I was talking to, the charming, beautiful woman, was a complete fabrication. There was something else, something sinister, hiding beneath the surface, and it was communicating with me through the mirror. I needed to test it further. I needed to know what the reflection was. You know, I said, trying to sound casual. I have been having some really weird dreams lately. Like I am seeing things that are not there. Makes you wonder about reality. Does not it? Ilara laughed, a light, tinkling sound. Oh, I know what you mean. Sometimes I wake up, and I am not even sure what day it is. Her actual smile was bright, dismissive. I looked at the mirror. Her reflection, however, was no longer smiling. Its face was utterly blank, its eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, its lips began to move. No sound came out, but I could read the words forming, clear as day, on its reflected mouth. Run. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This was not just a different expression. This was a direct, silent warning. The reflection was trying to tell me something, to save me. But from what? From her. I looked back at Ilara. Her actual face still charming, still oblivious. Are you okay? Mark, you look a little pale. Yeah, just the air in here is a bit stuffy. I lied, my voice trembling slightly. I needed to get out. Now, I am actually feeling a little tired, I said, trying to force a smile. I think I might need to call an early night. Ilara's actual smile did not waver. Oh, that is a shame. I was having such a good time. Her tone was perfectly pleasant, but I saw her eyes flick towards a mirror wall for a split second, a quick, almost imperceptible glance. Then she looked back at me, and her eyes, her real honey-colored eyes, seemed to darken just a shade. Her smile, though still present, felt less genuine, more fixed. Are you sure? She asked, her voice still soft, but now with an underlying current that made my hair stand on end. We have not even had dessert yet. I pushed back my chair, scraping it loudly against the floor. Yeah, I really should head out. Early day tomorrow. As I stood up, I caught one last glimpse of her reflection. It was no longer warning me. It was staring directly at the real Ilara with an expression of pure, unadulterated hatred. And then, as if sensing my gaze, its head slowly turned, its eyes locking onto mine. This time, its reflected lips did not form words, but stretched into that wide, unnatural grin I would seen on our first date, a rictus of silent, triumphant malevolence. It was the same smile Julian's reflection must have shown before he revealed his true nature. The Alara in front of me stood up too, her movements fluid, almost too graceful. Her hand reached out, her fingers closing around my wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong, like steel. "You are not going anywhere." "Mark," she said, her voice still soft, but now devoid of any warmth. Her eyes, those beautiful honey eyes, were completely flat, like polished stones. The charming mask had finally slipped. Panic seized me. I pulled back, but her grip was like iron. My mind screamed, "She is not a Lara. She is not a Lara." The reflection was the truth. The reflection was a monster. Or maybe the reflection was a real Alara, trapped, and the thing holding my wrist was something else entirely. "Let go of me," I hissed, twisting my arm. Her smile widened, mirroring the grotesque grin I would seen in the reflection. "Oh, but the fun's just beginning," she purred, her voice a low, chilling whisper that seemed to emanate not from her throat, but from somewhere deeper, colder. I did not think. I reacted. I brought my other hand up, grabbed her fingers, and twisted with all my might. She let out a sharp, guttural sound, not a human cry, but something closer to snarl. Her grip loosened for a split second, and I wrenched my arm free. I shoved past her, knocking over a chair in my haste, and bolted for the exit. I heard a commotion behind me, a chair clattering, a gasp from another diner, but I did not look back. I burst out of the restaurant and into the cool night air, running without a destination, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I ran until my legs gave out, until I was hunched over, gasping for air in a darkened alleyway, the metallic taste of fear in my mouth. I stayed there for what felt like hours, shaking, trying to piece together what had just happened. The next day, I deleted all my dating apps. I scrubbed Alara's number from my phone. I tried to find her profile again, but it was gone, vanished as if it had never existed. I called a restaurant, making a vague inquiry about a woman who had been there the previous night. The manager seemed confused, saying they had not had any incidents, and no one matching my description of Alara had been a regular. It has been months now. I still jump at my own reflection. I avoid mirrors, polished surfaces, even dark windows at night. Every time I catch a glimpse of myself, I instinctively check to make sure my reflection is mirroring me perfectly, that its smile is my own. I still do not know what Alara was. Was she a creature that wore human skin, its true self revealed only in reflections? Was she a human possessed, her soul screaming for help through the mirror? Or was I just a paranoid mess, hallucinating under pressure, a victim of my own overactive imagination? But I remember the cold grip, the dead eyes, the chilling whisper, and the reflected smile of pure malice. I remember the word run forming silently on the lips of her reflection. I know it was real, and I know that somewhere out there, Alara or whatever it was that wore her face is still out there, smiling that beautiful, terrifying smile, waiting for the next unsuspecting swipe. And I can't help but wonder if her reflection is still trying to warn people, or if it is now just a silent, complicit partner in the horror. I pray I never find out. The world had turned into a kaleidoscope of shadows and whispers. Every rustle of leaves was a snicker. Every creak of an old house a hungry sigh. After Esty, Jude's, after Seraphina's predatory smile and the thrashing corpse, after the guttural moans and the cold, ancient hunger that seemed to seep from the very foundation of the earth. I was no longer just running from Silas. I was running from everything. I was driven for days again, a blur of highway lines and cheap motel coffee. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford, riddled with nightmares of skeletal fingers reaching from under hospital sheets, or Silas's chillingly familiar voice promising to find me. The anonymity I would sought before felt less like a shield and more like a thin veil easily torn. I saw them everywhere now, not just the shadowy figures in my periphery, but in the way people looked at me, in the unsettling silence of a deserted street, in the sudden drop in temperature in an empty room. They knew my name. Serafina had made sure of that. The whispers were louder now, clearer. Sometimes, I would swear I could hear a chorus of them, just at the edge of my hearing, chanted my name like a macabre lullaby. My phone, once a lifeline, was now a source of dread. I would smash my old one after Esty, Jude's, convinced it was a beacon for whatever Serafina had unleashed. My new burner phone felt just as compromised. But the loneliness was a tangible thing, a heavy cloak that threatened to suffocate me more effectively than any monster. I needed a connection, something normal, something human, to remind me I was not entirely lost in the dark. It was a desperate, stupid thought, born of exhaustion and terror, but it was there. So, like an idiot, I downloaded Tinder again. I know, after Silas, after Serafina, after literally running from a haunted hospital where an ancient cult leader or whatever she was trying to feed me to mummified spirits, you would think I would learn my lesson. But the human mind, even when fractured by horror, craves warmth. It craves a hand to hold, a voice to ground it. Or maybe, just maybe, I was being drawn in, a moth to an even more sinister flame. I swiped for hours, my thumb a blur, looking for anything that did not scream serial killer or cult enthusiast. It was a low bar, but even that felt impossibly high. Then I saw Alex. His profile picture was a standard, slightly blurry selfie taken in what looked like a coffee shop. He had kind eyes, a faint stubble, and a smile that seemed genuinely friendly, if a little tired. His bio was short, just looking for good conversation, and maybe a laugh or two. Into hiking, old movies, and trying new restaurants. Nothing stood out. No red flags. No mentions of abandoned places or places of transition. He seemed normal. Achingly, desperately normal. I swiped right. We matched. His first message was simple, "Hey, how's your week going?" It was so mundane, so ordinary, that it almost brought tears to my eyes. We chatted for a few days, mostly about surface-level things. My job, I lied and said I was a freelance graphic designer, always on the move, his passion for obscure indie films, the best coffee shops in the city I was currently hiding in. He seemed sweet, a little introverted, but genuinely interested. I found myself laughing at his dry wit, a sound I had not heard from myself in what felt like years. The idea of meeting him filled me with a familiar dread, but also a fragile hope. This time, I told myself I would be smart. We would meet in a public place. During the day, no sub-basement morgues, no ancient entities, just coffee. Our first date was at a bustling cafe downtown. It was bright, noisy, and full of people. I chose a table near the door, my back to the wall, scanning every face, every shadow. Alex arrived a few minutes late, apologizing profusely. He was taller than I expected, with an easygoing manner that almost made me forget the horrors I would witness. We talked for hours. He listened intently when I spoke about my travels, and shared stories about his quirky neighbors and his love for classic horror movies. He even made a self-deprecating joke about his own apartment being a bit of a bachelor pad disaster. It was nice. Too nice. My paranoia, which had been simmering just beneath the surface, began to prickle. Was this a trap? Was he too good to be true? Was he one of them? But then he would flash that kind smile, and my guard would drop just a fraction. He felt safe. A tiny, precarious bubble of safety in a world that had gone utterly mad. We went on a second date, then a third. Each time, I picked a location, a different public place, always crowded. He never questioned it, just went along with my suggestions, which only made me feel guiltier about my suspicions. I started to relax, a dangerous thing for someone in my position. I started to believe that maybe, just maybe, I could carve out a sliver of normalcy. Maybe I could outrun the past. One evening, after a particularly pleasant dinner, where we would talk about everything from conspiracy theories to our favorite comfort foods, Alex walked me back to my car. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows, and the familiar chill of dread started to creep in. I could almost hear the whispers again, faint but persistent. "Hey," Alex said, his voice soft. "Would you want to come up for a bit? I have got a pretty good record collection, and I make a mean cup of tea." My heart hammered against my ribs. Every alarm bell that had been silenced by the illusion of normalcy suddenly blared. "Do not do it," a voice screamed in my head. "Remember SD, Jude's. Remember Serafina. Remember Silas." But another voice, quieter, more insidious, whispered, "He is kind. He is safe. You are so tired of being alone." The lure of a warm, safe apartment, a moment of peace, was almost unbearable. I hesitated, my eyes darting to the shadowy alleys, the darkened windows of the apartment building. I do not know. "Alex, it is getting late." He smiled, a gentle, understanding smile. No pressure at all. Just thought I would offer. He did not push. He just stood there, waiting. And that, more than anything, disarmed me. If he was one of them, would not he be more insistent? Would not he try to manipulate me? "Okay," I said, the word a whisper, "just for a little while." He brightened, and a wave of something akin to relief washed over me. I followed him into his building, my senses on high alert despite my decision. The hallway smelled faintly of dust and something metallic, like old coins. The elevator ride was silent, the hum of the machinery a low thrum against my ears. I kept my hand on my bag, ready to bolt. His apartment was on the 3rd floor. He fumbled with his keys, then pushed open the door. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Not unpleasant, exactly, but distinct. A mix of old paper, something faintly musty, and an animal smell. Like a pet store, but deeper, more earthy. My stomach tightened. "Sorry about the mess," he said, gesturing vaguely. "I told you, bachelor pad." The apartment was indeed a bit messy, but not in the way I expected. It was not clothes on the floor or stacks of pizza boxes. It was cluttered, bookshelves overflowing with worn paperbacks, stacks of vinyl records, and what looked like various electronic components. The living room was dimly lit by a single floor lamp, casting long, dancing shadows. My eyes immediately went to the corner of the room. There were shapes, several of them, large, rectangular, covered with dark sheets. They were arranged neatly, almost like furniture, but their unnatural uniformity, their sheer number, sent a cold spike of dread through me. My breath hitched. What are those?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, casual. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. Alex turned, a small, almost imperceptible shift in his expression. "Oh, those... just my hobbies." He gave a nervous laugh. "I told you I was into obscure things." He moved past them, heading toward what I assumed was the kitchen area. I stood frozen, my eyes glued to the covered forms. They were too big to be cat carriers. Too many to be dog crates for a single person. And the sheets, why were they? Covered. To keep dust off. Or to hide what was inside. I forced myself to move, to follow him, to appear normal. Hobbies. Like what kind of hobbies? He busied himself with the kettle. "Oh, collecting. Restoration. Sometimes I pick up old, broken electronics and try to fix them. It is a bit of an obsession. I guess." He sounded perfectly normal. Too normal. My mind raced. Electronics. What kind of electronics would be kept in so many covered cages? And the smell the animal smell was stronger now, mixed with something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like blood. I walked slowly towards the nearest covered shape. It was about 3 feet long, 2 feet high. The sheet was a heavy, dark canvas, completely opaque. My hand twitched, wanting to reach out to pull back the fabric. But I could not. Not yet. I needed to see more to observe. So, what kind of tea do you have? I asked, my voice a little too high, a little too strained. Earl Grey, green, some herbal blends. He rattled off, still with his back to me. I also have some really good coffee, if you prefer. I edged closer to the covered cages. There were at least 5 of them in the living room alone, clustered in a corner. As I got closer, I noticed something else. The sheets were not just covering them, they were secured, tucked in tightly, almost taped down at the edges. And underneath the sheets, I could make out the faint, unmistakable outline of bars. These were definitely cages. A low, almost imperceptible scratching sound reached my ears. It was faint, muffled by the heavy canvas, but it was there. A slow, rhythmic scrape, like claws on metal. My blood ran cold. "Alex," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Did I just hear something?" He turned, a mug in each hand, a placid smile on his face. "Hear what? The pipes in this building are ancient, always making noises." He walked towards me, offering me a mug of steaming Earl Grey. "Here, this will warm you up." I took the mug, my hand trembling slightly. The warmth felt alien, unwelcome. My eyes were still fixed on the cages. No, it sounded like scratching, like something alive. His smile did not waver, but his eyes, those kind eyes, held a flicker of something I could not quite place. Annoyance. Warning. Must be the pipes. Or maybe the upstairs neighbor's cat. He led me to a worn armchair opposite the cages. I sat down, forcing myself to take a sip of the tea. It tasted like ash. My heart was hammering so hard, I thought he must be able to hear it. The scratching sound was gone now, or maybe I was just imagining it, my mind already frayed by the horrors of the past weeks. "So, tell me more about your travels," Alex said, settling into the sofa, his eyes fixed on me. He was trying to distract me. I knew it. I forced a laugh, a hollow, brittle sound. "Oh, one place to the next, always looking for the next adventure." My eyes kept drifting to the covered shapes. Another smell was starting to emerge, subtle but insidious. A faint, sweet, decaying scent, like meat left out for too long. "You seem restless," he observed, his gaze unervingly intense, like you're always searching for something or running from something. My carefully constructed facade cracked. He saw through me. Or maybe he knew. My paranoia flared. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice sharp. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "Just an observation. You have that look in your eyes, like you have seen things." He paused, taking a slow sip of his tea. "Unpleasant things." The air in the room suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. The whispers from outside, the ones that had been chasing me for weeks, seemed to coalesce in the corners of the room. Was this it? Was he connected? Was he another Serafina, another Silas? My gaze drifted back to the cages. One of the sheets, the one closest to me, seemed to be moving. Just a tiny, almost imperceptible ripple. Like something was shifting underneath. What exactly is in those cages? "Alex," I asked, my voice tight, no longer trying to hide my suspicion. His smile vanished. His face became unreadable. "I already told you. My hobbies. They are too big for pet rodents." I pressed, my heart pounding. "And they are too many for a normal hobby. And that smell." He stood up slowly, deliberately, placing his mug on the coffee table with a soft thud. The sound echoed in the sudden silence. "You are very observant." The ripple under the sheet grew stronger. This was not imagination. Something was definitely moving. A low, guttural growl, almost swallowed by the heavy fabric, vibrated in the air. It was not human. It was not a cat. It sounded ancient, starving. My blood ran cold. I remembered Serafina talking about vulnerable people, about entities drawn to pain and fear. Was I a magnet for this? Was Alex just another predator, drawn by my brokenness? Alex, I said, my voice trembling, what is that? He walked towards the nearest cage, his back to me. He reached out a hand, his fingers brushing the edge of the sheet. They are special projects. Things I have collected. Things I am trying to understand. He paused, then slowly, deliberately, pulled back a corner of the sheet. My breath caught in my throat. What I saw was not an animal, not in any recognizable sense. It was a mass of tangled, dark hair and what looked like distorted, pale skin. An arm, impossibly long and thin, jointed at strange angles, twitched inside the cage. Its hand, ending in long yellow claws, scraped against the metal bars. A single milky white eye, set deep in a hollow socket, blinked slowly, then fixed on me. It was not just a growl. I would heard it was a hungry whine, a sound of profound suffering and something far, far worse. The creature was emaciated, its ribs clearly visible beneath the stretched skin. Its mouth, a wide, lipless slash, seemed to be perpetually open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. It was human-like in a horrifying, grotesque way, but also utterly alien, like something that had been twisted and stretched beyond recognition, then starved. And then I saw the other cages, under the edges of the sheets. I could make out similar forms, the faint gleam of other milky eyes, the twitch of other distorted limbs. The smell of decay, of something ancient and unholy, suddenly became overwhelming. They are not quite human anymore. Alex said, his voice a low, almost reverent murmur. He was watching my face, a strange, calculating expression in his eyes. They are what is left behind, the ones who slip through the cracks, the ones who are forgotten. I find them. I collect them. He turned to face me fully, his placid smile back, but now it was a mask, hiding something truly monstrous. And sometimes, he continued, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper, I find people like you. People who are vulnerable. People who are open. My mind reeled. Open. Serafina had said that. She had called me vulnerable. Was this what she meant? That I was a beacon, attracting these things. These remnants. You are not like them, though, Alex said, taking a step towards me. His eyes were no longer kind. They were cold, analytical. You are still whole, still fresh. The creature in the cage let out another low, hungry whine, its milky I never leaving me. The sound was echoed by faint stirrings from the other covered cages. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that I was no longer just a potential date. I was a potential specimen. A new hobby. I need to go, I said, my voice barely a squeak. I tried to stand, but my legs felt like jelly. Alex blocked my path to the door. Oh, but you just got here. We have not even had a proper conversation about your experiences. He gestured vaguely at the room. I think you would find my collection quite fascinating once you get past the initial shock. They have stories. You know. All of them. He was close now, too close. I could smell the faint scent of something antiseptic on him, mixed with the pervasive stench of decay from the cages. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape. The window was too high. The door was behind him. The creature in the partially uncovered cage thrashed, its claws scraping frantically against the metal, its hungry whine growing louder. The other cages were stirring more noticeably now, rustling and scraping, a symphony of starved desperation. They are excited, Alex said, a hint of genuine pleasure in his voice. They sense your vitality. Let me go, Alex. I pleaded, my voice breaking. His smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too long. I can't do that. Not when you have finally come to me. He lunged. It was not a fast, aggressive lunge like a wild animal. It was a surprisingly swift, controlled movement designed to incapacitate. His hand shot out, aiming for my wrist. But I was already on edge, my body primed for flight after weeks of being hunted. I reacted instinctively, twisting away, scrambling out of the armchair. The mug of tea flew from my hand, shattering against the wall with a loud crash. The sound seemed to jolt the creatures in the cages into a frenzy. They began to thrash violently, their guttural growls and whimpers filling the small apartment. The sheets on some of the cages began to slip, revealing glimpses of more milky eyes, more distorted limbs. Alex cursed, momentarily distracted by the noise and my unexpected agility. That was all I needed. I did not think. I just ran. I bolted for the door, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. He was fast, but I had the element of surprise. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt, my nails scraping against the cold metal. Do not be foolish. Alex's voice was calm, but there was an underlying menace that sent shivers down my spine. You can't escape them. They are everywhere. I heard his footsteps behind me, closing in. The door finally clicked open. I wrenched it open and burst into the hallway, not bothering to look back. The metallic smell from earlier was stronger here, mixed with the acrid scent of fear. I heard Alex shout something, then the sound of the apartment door slamming shut behind me. I did not stop. I flew down the 3 flights of stairs, my legs burning, the frantic thumping of my own feet echoing in the empty stairwell. The whispers were back, louder than ever, mocking my escape, promising that it was futile. I burst out of the building and into the cold night air, gasping for breath. My car was parked just down the street. I fumbled with my keys, my hand shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. I glanced back at Alex's building. The 3rd floor window was dark, but I could almost feel his eyes on me. Or maybe it was the eyes of his collection, their hungry gazes piercing through the walls. The engine roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, then sped off, leaving a screech of tires behind me. I drove blindly, not knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to get away. The city lights blurred into streaks. The fear was a cold, hard knot in my stomach. I had escaped Alex, but what had I escaped to? The world was still full of Seraphinas and Silases, and now, Alexes, people who collected the lost, the vulnerable, the broken, people who saw me not as a person, but as a specimen. I drove until the city gave way to dark, winding country roads. The moon was a sliver in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows. Every tree looked like a grasping hand. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a whisper. I was on a run again, but this time the terror was compounded. Not only were ancient entities and my imaginary friend turned stalker after me, but now there were people, human monsters, who collected the horrors that slipped through the cracks. And they knew I was one of them. Or, at least, I was open to them. I glanced in my rearview mirror. Nothing but the dark, empty road behind me. But I knew they were out there. All of them. And I was pretty sure they all knew my name. Dating in your late 20s is a special kind of hell. It is not the casual, messy fun of your early 20s, where a bad date just meant a funny story for brunch. Now, it feels like a high-stakes interview where everyone's trying to present their most polished, least insane self, all while secretly wondering if the other person has a hidden collection of taxidermied squirrels or shrine to their ex. Most of the time, it is just boring or disappointing. But sometimes it is something else entirely. Something that carves a new fear into the deepest parts of your brain. My name's Chloe, and I would bet on the apps for what felt like an eternity. Swipe, swipe, another bland profile. Another guy holding a fish. Then Julian popped up. His profile picture was professional, maybe a little too professional, like he was trying to sell me a car insurance policy. But his bio was witty, self-deprecating, and he had a dog, always a good sign. We matched, and our initial messages were easy, flowing. He seemed smart, educated, and had a dry sense of humor that actually made me laugh out loud. I was cautiously optimistic. We set up a date for a Tuesday evening. He suggested a place called the Ember Ash. I would never heard of it, which was not unusual for me. I am not exactly a foodie, and my idea of a fancy dinner usually involves a place with cloth napkins and a decent cocktail menu. He said it was a new spot, very exclusive, and he would pull some strings to get a reservation. That should have been my first red flag. I guess. Exclusive often just means overpriced and pretentious, but sometimes it means worth the hype. I figured, why not? A little adventure could be fun. I dressed up a bit, a simple black dress, heels, try to strike that balance between looking like I cared and looking like I was trying too hard. I got to the address Julian had sent me, and for a moment, I thought I was in the wrong place. It was in an older part town, down a street I rarely frequented, nestled between a defunct dry cleaner and what looked like an abandoned warehouse. The building itself was old brick, dark, with heavy, unadorned wooden doors and a single, unlit sign that was difficult to read in the dim street lights. The Ember Ash. I finally made out, the letters almost swallowed by the shadows. No bustling valet, no bright lights, no welcoming glow. Just quiet and dark. A shiver ran down my spine, but I chalked it up to the evening chill. I pushed open one of the heavy doors, and it swung inward with a soft, almost soundless creak. The interior was even stranger. It was not dark exactly, but dimly lit by what looked like flickering oil lamps or perhaps very low wattage bulbs disguised as such. The walls were exposed brick, but stained a deep, mottled red and brown, almost like dried blood or rust. The air was thick with a strange, earthy smell, not unpleasant, exactly, but unusual, like damp soil mixed with something smoky and a hint of metal. The restaurant was surprisingly empty for a place that was supposedly exclusive. There were only a few tables occupied, and the patrons were all quiet, speaking in hushed tones, their faces obscured by the shadows. They seemed intense, not in a romantic, intimate way, but almost like they were in a trance, focused intently on their plates. A host, a tall, gaunt man with unervingly pale eyes, appeared from the shadows. He wore a dark, collarless uniform that blended into the decor. He did not smile. "Reservation for Chloe," he asked, his voice low and smooth. "Yes, under Julian." I replied, try to sound more confident than I felt. He gestured with a long, slender hand towards a secluded table in the back. Julian was already there, standing up as I approached. He was even better looking in person's sharp jawline, intense dark eyes, impeccably dressed in a charcoal suit. He had a charm that was immediately disarming, a smile that reached his eyes and made me forget, for a second, the unsettling atmosphere. "Chloe, you made it," he said, taking my hand in his. His grip was firm, almost possessive, but not unpleasantly so. "I was starting to worry you had gotten lost. It is quite a hidden gem," I said, trying to make light of the weirdness. He chuckled, a low, resonant sound. "Indeed, it is not for everyone." We sat down, and the waiter, a woman with the same pale eyes as the host, brought menus. The menu itself was a heavy, leather-bound tome, written in an elegant, almost archaic script. The dishes listed were cryptic. There were no familiar names, no descriptions that made any sense. Whispers of the deep, Earth's embrace, crimson bloom. Each came with a single, often unsettling, adjective pulsing, yielding, unfurling. My stomach did a little flip-flop. "Have you been here before?" I whispered to Julian. "A few times," he said, his eyes scanning the menu in almost reverent intensity. "They have some truly unique offerings." I tried to find something, anything, that sounded remotely edible. "What is the forest floor medley?" I asked, pointing to a line. It just said, sprouting, verdant, alive. Julian leaned in slightly. It is a delightful collection of forage fungi and root systems. Very organic. He smiled, but I would not recommend it for a first-timer. You need to work your way up to some of these flavors. Right? I mumbled, feeling increasingly out of my depth. Well, I am not feeling particularly adventurous tonight. Do you have anything normal? I asked the waiter, who had returned, standing silently beside our table. She blinked slowly. We can prepare a simple pan-seared chicken breast with seasonal greens. She offered, her voice flat. Yes, perfect. That sounds great. I said almost too eagerly. At least I knew what chicken was. Julian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of something I could not quite decipher in his dark eyes' disappointment. Amusement. Are you sure? Chloe, you are missing out. I think I will stick with the familiar for now, I said, trying to laugh it off. Very well, he said, turning his attention back to the menu. He paused, then pointed to a line. For me, I will have a heart of the mountain. Prepared medium rare, please. And make sure it is fresh. The waiter's pale eyes met his, and a subtle, almost imperceptible nod passed between them. An excellent choice, sir, she said, a hint of something like approval in her otherwise expressionless voice. And we ensure all our ingredients are the highest. Vitality. Vitality. What did that even mean? I tried to ignore the growing unease. Maybe it was just a pretentious restaurant with a weird aesthetic. Maybe Julian was just a little eccentric, and this was his way of showing off his adventurous side. I mean, he was still charming, still witty, and he looked really good in that suit. We made small talk while we waited for our food. He asked about my job, my hobbies, my family. He seemed genuinely interested, and I found myself relaxing a little, almost forgetting the weirdness of the place. Almost, every now and then, I would glance at the other tables. The quiet intensity of the diners was unnerving. They were not talking, they were just eating. Slowly, deliberately, as if savoring every disturbing bite. Then the food arrived. My pan-seared chicken breast looked fine. A bit pale, perhaps, and the greens were a dark, almost black shade I had not seen before, but it smelled vaguely like lemon and herbs. It was normal enough. I took a tentative bite. It tasted bland, a little rubbery, but edible. I was relieved. Then I looked at Julian's plate. My breath hitched. My fork clattered against my plate. It was a large, irregular mass, roughly the size of a grapefruit, glistening wetly in the dim light. It was not red like steak, or pink like lamb. It was a mottled, sickly purplish gray, with streaks of something darker, almost black, running through it. It looked organic, yes, but not like any meat I had ever seen. The surface was slick, almost gelatinous, and it seemed to pulse faintly, like a muscle twitching. What is that? I whispered, my voice barely audible. My stomach churned. Julian looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ah, the heart of the mountain. A true delicacy. He picked up his knife and fork. As he brought the knife down, I saw it. The entire mass on his plate contracted. It was not a trick of the light. It was not my imagination. It physically pulled back on the blade, like a living thing recoiling from pain. A tiny, wet squelch sound escaped it. My eyes widened in horror. Julian, it is moving. He paused, his knife hovering over the pulsing mass. He looked at me, his smile still in place, but his eyes were unreadable. Of course it is moving. Chloe, that is how you know it is fresh. The chef insists on the highest quality. We only serve it while it is still vibrant. He then proceeded to cut into it. The knife did not slice cleanly. It seemed to struggle, as if cutting through something dense and resistant. The meat inside was even more grotesque. It was not fibrous like muscle. It was a strange, viscous tangle of what looked like dark, coiled veins and sinews, oozing a thick, almost black liquid that pooled on the plate. And as he cut, the pieces continued to writhe, slowly, deliberately, like severed worms. I felt a wave of nausea, so intense I thought I might throw up right there. I pushed my own plate away, my appetite completely gone. Julian, I can't watch this. What is that thing? He picked up a piece with his fork. It twitched, then slowly, agonizingly, tried to curl away from the tines. He brought it to his mouth, completely unperturbed. He chewed slowly, deliberately, his eyes fixed on mine. A faint sound, like a soft slurp, escaped his lips. It is exquisite, he said, after swallowing. A flavor profile unlike anything you have ever experienced. Earthy, with a hint of something ancient, and the texture so yielding, yet with surprising resilience. He then, unbelievably, extended his fork towards me, a glistening, still twitching piece of the heart of the mountain impaled on the end. Would you care for a taste? Chloe, you really should try it. It is an acquired taste, perhaps, but once you do, you will never look at food the same way again. My entire body recoiled. I pushed my chair back, scraping it loudly against the stone floor. No, absolutely not. Get that away from me. My voice was a desperate whisper, but it seemed to echo in the unnervingly quiet restaurant. Julian's smile faltered. The easy charm vanished, replaced by a cold, almost predatory expression. His eyes, usually so warm, now seemed to pierce right through me, dark and depthless. Chloe, he said, his voice dropping an octave, do not be so dramatic. It is just food. It is not just food. Julian, it is alive. It is disgusting. What kind of place is this? My heart was pounding like a drum against my ribs. I looked around, desperate for an escape, for someone to intervene. But the other diners were still there, still eating their own strange, unmoving meals, seemingly oblivious to my distress. Or perhaps not oblivious at all. I noticed a few of them were now subtly looking in our direction, their faces still obscured by shadow, but I could feel their eyes. This is a place of appreciation. Chloe, Julian said, his voice now dangerously soft. He set his fork down, and the piece of heart on it continued to pulse. A place where we understand the true essence of sustenance, the life force that fuels us. I need to leave, I stated, pushing myself fully out of my chair. My legs felt shaky. He did not move, but his gaze pinned me in place. We have barely started. Chloe, the evening is just beginning. No, I am serious. I need to go. Now, I started to back away from the table, my eyes darting towards the heavy front doors. They seemed miles away. You wound me, he said, a hint of something like genuine hurt in his voice, quickly replaced by a chilling amusement. After all the effort I went to bring you here, to share this unique experience with you. He slowly, deliberately, pushed his plate slightly toward the center of the table, as if to say, it is not going anywhere. I took another step back. I am sorry, Julian, but this is too much. I am not feeling well. It was a pathetic excuse, but it was all I could think of. He finally stood up, moving with a fluid grace that was unnerving. He was taller than I remembered, his presence suddenly overwhelming. He took a step towards me, then another. He was not blocking my path directly, but his movements were subtly angled, making it clear he was trying to herd me, to prevent me from making a direct dash for the exit. Do not you want to know what it is? Chloe, he asked, his voice a low purr. Where it comes from. How we acquire such vitality. I do not. I really, really do not. My voice cracked. I looked desperately at the host, who was now standing by the entrance, his pale eyes fixed on me. He was not doing anything, just watching. The waiter from before was also standing near the kitchen entrance, her gaze equally impassive. They were all in on it. All of them. Panic clawed at my throat. This was not just a weird date. This was something truly sinister. My mind raced, trying to figure out a plan. Scream. Run. My phone. I fumbled for my purse, my fingers trembling, looking for your phone, dear. Julian's voice was right behind me. He had moved with impossible speed. I had not even heard him. His hand, warm and strong, wrapped around my wrist. His grip was like iron. I am afraid the signal is rather poor in this particular establishment. We find it encourages focus. I struggled, trying to pull my hand away, but he held me fast. Let go of me. Julian, let go. His grip tightened, causing a sharp pain to shoot up my arm. His face was inches from mine, and the charming mask was completely gone. His eyes were no longer just dark. They seemed to swirl with an ancient, hungry darkness. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through him, like a predator about to strike. Now, Chloe, he said, his voice a low growl that vibrated through my bones. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, but you will finish your meal, and then we can discuss the next course. My mind screamed, next course. The implication was horrifying. I was not just a date, I was the next ingredient, or the next meal for someone else. In a surge of pure, desperate adrenaline, I did the only thing I could think of. I brought my knee up as hard as I could, aiming for his groin. It connected with a satisfying thud. Julian gasped, his grip momentarily loosening as he doubled over, his face contorted in pain. It was just enough. I ripped my hand free, not waiting to see if he recovered. I turned and ran. I did not look back. I just ran. My heels clacked on the stone floor, a frantic, echoing sound in the unnaturally quiet restaurant. The host at the door made no move to stop me. He just watched, his pale eyes following me as I burst through the heavy wooden doors and out into the night. The cool night air hit me like a shock, but it did not clear the terror. I ran down the sidewalk, my lungs burning, not caring where I was going, just away. Away from that place, away from Julian, away from the pulsing, living food. I could still feel his hand on my wrist, still hear that sickening squelch. I did not stop until I reached a brightly lit gas station about 6 blocks away. I stumbled inside, gasping for breath, my hair disheveled, my dress askew. The poor cashier, a bored-looking teenager, stared at me like I was a lunatic. "Are you okay, madam?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. I could not speak. I leaned against the counter, trying to regain my composure, my heart still hammering. I pulled out my phone. 3 missed calls from my best friend. Sarah, no signal at the restaurant. That was a lie. Or maybe it was something worse. I called Sarah, my voice shaking so badly I could barely form words. Sarah, you won't believe what just happened. I need you to come get me. Please. Right now. She was there in 15 minutes, pulling up to the gas station in her beat-up Civic. She took one look at my pale, tear-streaked face and knew something was seriously wrong. Chloe, what the hell happened? She asked, her voice sharp with worry. I could not tell her everything right away. It sounded too insane. My date at the restaurant was awful. Just get me out of here. She drove me home, listening patiently as I tried to piece together the nightmare. I told her about Julian, the strange restaurant, the menu, and finally, the moving food, the pulsing, squirming, living mass on his plate, and his eyes, his terrifying, predatory eyes. She listened, her face growing paler and paler as I spoke. When I finished, the car was silent for a long moment. Chloe, she finally said, her voice barely a whisper, "Are you sure you are okay? You are not imagining things, are you? Maybe it was a performance art restaurant. A prank. Sarah, it was not a prank. I saw it. It was moving. And he tried to force me to eat it. And then he would not let me leave. I burst into tears again, the full weight of the horror crashing down on me. Okay, okay, she said, pulling over to the side of the road and putting an arm around me. I believe you. I do. Let us just get you home, and we will figure this out. The next morning, after a fitful, nightmare-filled sleep, I was determined to prove I was not crazy. I dragged Sarah with me back to that part of town. I remembered the street, the defunct dry cleaner, the abandoned warehouse. I was certain of it, but when we got there, there was nothing. No ember ash, no heavy wooden doors, no dark brick building, just a dry cleaner, looking even more dilapidated in the daylight, in the warehouse, its windows boarded up. Where the restaurant should have been, there was just an empty, overgrown lot filled with weeds and discarded trash. It looked like it had been empty for years. Chloe, Sarah, said, her voice gentle, "Are you sure this is the right spot?" "Yes, I am positive. It was right here." I remember the dry cleaner and that cracked pavement. I walked around, my heart sinking with every step. There was no sign, no trace, not even a faint smell of that strange, earthy aroma. It was like the place had never existed. We spent hours driving around that area, checking every street, every alley. Nothing. No restaurant called the Ember Ash. No building that even remotely fit the description. It was gone, or it was never there. The police were predictably useless. I tried to report an assault, a terrifying encounter, but without a location, without a Julian. He would only give me his first name, and his profile was gone from the dating app. There was nothing they could do. They looked at me with that familiar, sympathetic, but skeptical gaze, the one that said, "Poor girl. She probably just had a bad date and too much to drink." But I had not been drinking, and it was not just a bad date. It was real. I knew it in my bones. The trauma of that night stayed with me. For weeks, I could not eat meat. The thought of it, the texture, the memory of that pulsing, squirming horror made me gag. I became a strict vegetarian, then a vegan. Then I just ate plain, boiled vegetables and rice, scrutinizing every bite, terrified of what might be hidden within. I could not trust food anymore. I deleted all my dating apps. The idea of meeting someone new, of letting a stranger into my life, filled me with an irrational, primal fear. What if they took me to another exclusive restaurant? What if they had those same pale, empty eyes? I still have nightmares. Nightmares of Julian's predatory smile, of that dark, swirling look in his eyes. Nightmares of the heart of the mountain, pulsing and squirming on the plate, reaching out with its dark, viscous tendrils. Sometimes, in the dream, I am forced to eat it, and I wake up screaming, the taste of something ancient and metallic in my mouth. The worst part is the lingering doubt. Was it real? Or did I truly snap? Did my brain conjure up that unspeakable horror in a moment of stress or delusion? But then I remember the cold grip on my wrist, the searing pain, the way Julian's charm evaporated, replaced by something truly monstrous. I remember the shared, knowing glances of the staff. I remember the undeniable, sickening movement of that thing on his plate. I know it was real, and I know that somewhere out there, Julian is still taking people to the Ember Ash, still offering them the heart of the mountain, still looking for the next fresh ingredient. And sometimes, when I am walking alone at night, I swear I can catch a faint whiff of that strange, earthy, metallic smell on the breeze. And I wonder if he is out there, somewhere, still looking for me, or if he is just waiting patiently for the night I finally forget to check my maps and stumble onto a street that is not on any of them, leading to a restaurant that does not exist, leading back to him. All right, so you know how it is with dating apps these days. It is a minefield out there. Swipe left, swipe right, a sea of faces and bios that mostly blend together. I am Emily, by the way, and I would have been on Tinder for a solid year, mostly for a laugh, sometimes for a quick, forgettable coffee, and once or twice for something that actually resembled a date. I was not looking for anything serious, just a distraction from the soul-crushing monotony of my 9 to 5. My profile was pretty standard, a couple of selfies, a picture of me hiking to prove I was active, and a bio that read, lover of bad puns, good coffee, and pretending I know what I'm doing. Pretty uninspired. I know, but it worked well enough to get a few matches. One Tuesday evening, I was curled up on my sofa, mindlessly swiping through profiles while half watching some terrible reality TV show. I saw a guy named Mark. He was good looking, in a clean cut, approachable way. Dark hair, kind eyes, a slight, almost shy smile in his main photo. His bio was short and sweet software engineer. Enjoys hiking, sci-fi, and trying new restaurants. Nothing particularly exciting, but he seemed normal, which, after a string of guys whose bios included things like fluent in sarcasm or looking for my queen, was a refreshing change. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. It is a match. Mark and Emily. My phone buzzed with a familiar little celebration animation. I clicked on his profile to take a closer look at his other pictures. Something I always did with a new match. The first few were standard a selfie with a dog, bonus points. A picture of him on a mountain trail. Another one at what looked like a sporting event. Then I scrolled to the fourth picture. It was a mirror selfie, taken in a bathroom. He was wearing a plain white t-shirt, and his left sleeve was rolled up, revealing his forearm. And that is when I saw it. My breath hitched. My heart, which had been idly thumping along to the rhythm of my TV show, suddenly kicked into overdrive. There on his forearm, in elegant cursive script, was a tattoo. And the word it spelled out, clear as day, was Emily. I stared at it. I zoomed in. My name. Not just a name. My name. E-M-I-L-Y. There was no mistaking it. My blood ran cold. A sudden, icy jolt that spread through my veins. What the hell? We had not even exchanged a single message yet. We were just matched. This could not be a coincidence. I mean, sure, Emily is not the most unique name in the world, but to see it tattooed on a complete stranger's arm, a stranger I had just matched with on a dating app, it felt impossible. Wrong. My first instinct was pure, unadulterated panic. Unmatch. Delete Tinder. Change my name. Move to a different country. This was beyond. Creepy. This was stalker level. Premeditated horror movie stuff. I mean, who gets a tattoo of a name before they even know the person? Or, worse, before they even meet them? But then, a strange, morbid curiosity began to creep in. What if it was just a coincidence? What if he had an ex named Emily? Or a sister? Or a pet? It was a long shot, a desperate attempt at rationalization, but it was enough to make me hesitate. I did not unmatch him. Instead, I just stared at his profile, my mind racing, trying to find a logical explanation for something that felt inherently illogical. Just as I was about to close the app, my phone buzzed again. A message from Mark. My stomach dropped. Hey, Emily. Great to match with you. Your bio made me laugh. Bad puns are my specialty too. His message was perfectly normal. Friendly, innocuous. But knowing what I knew, it felt like a trap. Like a predator luring its prey. I stared at the words, then back at the tattoo. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What do you even say to something like this? Hey, Mark. Cool tattoo. Is that my name? No, that would be insane. It would make me sound like the crazy one. I took a deep breath. I decided to play it cool. Act normal. See what he said. Maybe he would explain it without me having to ask. Hey, Mark. Glad my bio could entertain. What is your go to bad pun? I typed, trying to sound light and breezy, even though my hands were shaking. He replied almost instantly, why do not scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. I forced a laugh, even though the pun was genuinely terrible. Haha, classic. You've got good taste. We chatted for about an hour. He was charming, funny, and surprisingly easy to talk to. He asked about my job, my hobbies, my favorite type of coffee. He remembered details from my profile. I would barely glance at myself. It was all very flattering, very engaging. But through every message, the image of that tattoo was burned into my mind. I kept rereading his messages, try to find any hidden meaning, any subtle clue that would explain it. There was nothing. He just seemed like a genuinely nice guy. Too nice, almost. Finally, he asked, "So, Emily, would you be up for grabbing a coffee sometime this week? I know a great little spot downtown." My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. The moment of truth. My gut screamed at me to say no, to block him, to run for the hills. But that insidious curiosity, that small, dark part of my brain that thrives on danger, whispered, What if there is a perfectly normal explanation? Do not you want to know? I typed, "Sure, I would love to. How about Thursday evening, around 6? His reply was immediate. "Perfect. See you then. Emily." The next 2 days were a blur of anxiety and obsessive thoughts. I spent hours scrutinizing his profile, zooming in on that tattoo, trying to decipher if it was real, if it was photoshopped, if it was some kind of elaborate prank. I even looked up reverse image searches, but found nothing. I told my best friend, Chloe, about it. She predictably freaked out. "Emily, are you insane? Do not go. This is literally how every horror movie starts. He is a serial killer. I am telling you," she shrieked over the phone. I know, I said, trying to reassure her and myself. But what if it is just a weird coincidence? What if he really just has an ex named Emily, and he is not a psycho? Chloe snorted. An ex he has still got tattooed on his arm, and is now using Tinder to find another Emily. That is not a coincidence. That is a pattern. A very, very disturbing pattern. She made me promise to share my location with her, to text her when I arrived, and to call her the moment I was done. I agreed, knowing she was right to be worried, but still feeling that strange pull towards the unknown. Thursday arrived, and I was a nervous wreck. I chose my outfit carefully, something casual but easy to move in, just in case. I did my hair and makeup, trying to look confident, even though I felt anything but. The coffee shop Mark suggested was a cute, independent place I had not been before, tucked away on a quiet side street. It was not too busy, but there were enough people around that I felt a tiny bit safer. I arrived a few minutes early, heart pounding like a drum solo. I scanned the small cafe, looking for him. Then I saw him. He was already there, sitting at a small table by the window, sipping a drink. He looked exactly like his pictures, perhaps even better in person. He was wearing a long-sleeved dark blue shirt. My eyes immediately fixated on his left arm, where the tattoo should be, but it was completely covered by his sleeve. Of course it was. He looked up, saw me, and a genuine smile spread across his face. He stood up as I approached, his eyes warm and friendly. "Emily, you made it. I was just starting to think you were going to stand me up." His voice was smooth, pleasant, completely disarming. He held out his hand. "Mark, nice to finally meet you in person." I shook his hand, trying to ignore the clammy feeling in my palm. His grip was firm, but not aggressive. "Nice to meet you, too, Mark." We sat down, and he immediately launched into conversation, making it easy for me. He asked about my day, told me a funny story about a bug he would found in his coat at work. He remembered that I liked lattes and suggested I try the one here, saying it was his favorite. He ordered me one without even asking, which was a little presumptuous, but also kind of sweet. I found myself relaxing just a little. Maybe Chloe was right. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe it really was just an ex or a sister. But the thought of the tattoo lingered, a dark shadow at the edge of my consciousness. Every time he gestured with his left arm, I found myself subtly craning my neck, trying to catch a glimpse of his forearm, but his sleeve remained stubbornly in place. As the conversation flowed, I noticed something else. He seemed to know a lot about me, not just what was on my Tinder profile, but small, specific details. He mentioned my love for obscure indie films, something I would only ever talked about with Chloe. He referenced a picture I would posted on Instagram of my cat, Muffin, and even knew her name. He talked about my trip to Italy 2 years ago, which was buried deep in my IU2B photos, not something easily found unless you were really digging. My unease started to return, slowly at first, then building into a suffocating wave of dread. I felt like I was being dissected, laid bare. It was like he had a script, a meticulously researched file on me. You know, it is funny, he said, taking a sip of his coffee, his eyes twinkling. I feel like I have known you for ages. Emily, like we are old friends, just catching up. My smile felt brittle. Yeah, I guess so. It is a small world, right? I tried to make a joke to lighten the mood, but my voice wavered. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. A very small world indeed. He paused, his gaze fixed on me, and for a moment, I felt completely exposed. So, Emily, he began, his voice dropping slightly. I have to ask, what is your favorite flower? My heart skipped a beat. This was another one of those hyper-specific details. My favorite flower was a white lily, a fact I would only ever told my grandmother, and again, Chloe. It was not anywhere online. I swallowed hard. How did you know I had a favorite flower? He just smiled a slow, knowing smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Oh, I just have a knack for these things, I suppose. So, white lilies. My blood ran cold. He already knew the answer. He was not asking, he was confirming. This was it. I could not ignore it anymore. The intimate knowledge, the unsettling feeling of being watched. My rationalizations crumbled to dust. Mark, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, there is something I need to ask you. He leaned forward, his smile unwavering. Anything. Emily, in one of your pictures on Tinder, I began, my gaze flicking his left arm. You have a tattoo on your forearm. It says, Emily. His smile widened and he let out a soft, almost theatrical sigh. Ah, yes, that. He glanced down at his covered arm, then back up at me. You noticed. Of course I noticed. I said, a tremor in my voice. We were just matched, and it is my name. Can you explain that? He took another sip of his coffee, his eyes never leaving mine. Well, Emily, it is quite simple, really. That tattoo, it is for you. My blood froze. For me. But we would never even met. We had not even talked. He chuckled, a sound that grated on my nerves. Details. I knew you would come along eventually. I have been waiting for you. Emily, for a long time. He then slowly, deliberately, pushed up the sleeve of his dark blue shirt. My eyes were glued to his forearm. And there it was. Emily, etched perfectly. The lines clean, the ink dark and fresh, as if it had just been done, or perhaps as if it had always been there. It looked exactly like the picture, only now it was real right in front of me. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not an ex. This was not a sister. This was something far, far worse. How did you know? I whispered, my voice barely audible. How did you know my name? And why would you do that? He lowered his arm, still looking at me with that unsettlingly calm expression. I just knew. It is a feeling, a certainty. I have always known you were out there. Emily. And when I saw your profile, it just clicked. It was you. You saw my profile after you got the tattoo, though, right? I asked, desperately clinging to some semblance of logic. He shook his head slowly. Oh no, Emily. The tattoo came first. Always. It is a premonition, you could say, a declaration. I get the name, and then the person appears. My stomach churned. The person appears. What are you talking about? You, for example, he said, gesturing vaguely. I got your name tattooed about 6 months ago. And here you are, just as I knew you would be. 6 months. He would have had my name tattooed on his arm for 6 months, waiting for me to show up on Tinder. This was not just creepy, it was utterly terrifying. This was not a date, it was an abduction in slow motion. Are you saying you just get random names tattooed on you, and then wait for those people to appear? I asked, my voice trembling. He smiled. Not random. Emily, never random. They are chosen, destined, just like you. And once their name is on my skin, it is only a matter of time before they find their way to me. I pushed my chair back, the screech of it against the floor echoing in the suddenly silent cafe. Or was it just silent to me? I glanced around. The other patrons were still there, chatting, sipping their drinks, seemingly oblivious to the horror unfolding at my table. My phone. I needed my phone. It was in my purse on the table. I need to go. I stammered, fumbling for my bag. Mark did not move. His eyes, however, sharpened, losing their kind veneer. Go. But we have only just started. Emily, this is our first meeting. The beginning of our story. No, it is not, I said, finally grabbing my purse. My fingers fumbled for my phone, but I could not seem to grasp it. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. This is crazy. You are crazy. He tilted his head, a faint frown creasing his brow. Crazy. Is it crazy to know your destiny? To embrace it? He reached across the table, his hand moving with surprising speed, and gently but firmly covered my hand where it rested on my purse. His touch was cold, like marble. Let go of me, I demanded, trying to pull my hand away, but his grip was surprisingly strong. Oh, Emily, he said, his voice now devoid of its earlier warmth, a chilling, flat tone replacing it. You are not going anywhere. Not yet. We have so much to discuss, so much to experience. I looked around frantically, trying to catch someone's eye, anyone's. But everyone seemed to be in their own world. The barista was wiping down the counter. A couple was laughing over their coffee. A student was buried in a textbook. No one looked at me. No one seemed to hear my escalating panic. It was like I was trapped in a bubble, invisible to the world outside. What do you want from me? I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. He leaned closer, his gaze intense, almost predatory. I want you to be mine. Emily, to complete the collection. Every name on my skin represents someone I have found, someone I have kept. The word kept sending a fresh wave of terror through me. It was not just about meeting. It was about possession, about being held. The others, I choked out. The other names. What happened to them? He smiled again, a slow, predatory baring of teeth. They are safe, very safe. They are with me, just as you will be, forever. He squeezed my hand, a warning in his grip. You see, Emily, I do not just get tattoos of names. I get tattoos of destinies. And yours, my dear, is to be with me. I yanked my hand free with a sudden surge of adrenaline, knocking my coffee cup over. The hot liquid spilled across the table, steaming, but I barely registered it. I scrambled to my feet, knocking my chair backward with clatter. Help! I screamed, my voice raw, desperate. Someone help me. Not a single head turned. The barista continued to wipe the counter. The couple kept laughing. The student did not even glance up from his book. It was as if I was screaming into a void. Mark rose slowly. his eyes never leaving mine. He moved with an unnerving grace, not rushing, not panicking, just moving. He rounded the table, blocking my path to the door. "Do not make this difficult. Emily," he said, his voice calm, almost soothing, which only made it more terrifying. "It is already written. It is already done. You are mine." I backed away, stumbling over my fallen chair. My mind was racing, trying to find an escape, any escape. The door. I just needed to get to the door. I could see the street outside, the promise of freedom, but it felt miles away. He took another step, then another, slowly closing the distance between us. His eyes were no longer kind, they were cold, calculating, filled with a terrifying certainty. "You've been looking for a connection. Have not you?" "Emily," he murmured, his voice a low thrum that seemed to vibrate through the very air. Something more than just a swipe right. Something permanent. He held out his left arm again, the tattoo of my name stark against the skin. "This is permanent. Emily, this is forever." I screamed again, a raw, guttural sound, and lunged to the door, pushing past it with a burst of strength I did not know I had. I heard a low growl from him, a sound that was distinctly inhuman. My hand was on the doorknob, twisting, pushing. It would not budge. It was locked. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I rattled the handle, slammed my fist against the glass, screaming for help, for anyone to notice. But the cafe remained a tableau of mundane activity, completely unresponsive to my terror. Then, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Not a gentle touch, but a heavy, unyielding grip. I was spun around and found myself staring into Mark's eyes, no longer human, but dark, fathomless pools that seemed to swallow all light. "You can't escape destiny. Emily," he whispered, his voice resonating deep within my bones. "It is already etched, not just on my skin, but on your very soul." He pulled me close, and I felt a searing pain on my wrist. I cried out, struggling against his impossible strength. I looked down through my blurring, tear-filled vision and saw a small, ornate device in his other hand, a needle glinting wickedly. He was doing something to me, marking me. The pain was intense, a burning agony that spread through my arm. I tried to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. My vision flickered, the edges turning dark. The cafe, the people, everything began to recede, becoming blurry, indistinct. His face was inches from mine, his eyes now glowing with an eerie, internal light. "Welcome to the collection. Emily," he breathed, his voice a chilling caress. "You are finally in." And then everything went black. I do not know how long I was out. When I came to, I was lying on something soft, but unfamiliar. My head throbbed, and my wrist ached with a dull, persistent pain. I slowly opened my eyes. I was in a room, dimly lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. The walls were bare, concrete, cold and gray. There was no window, no door that I could see. I tried to sit up, my muscles protesting. My head swam, but the terror was a sharp, clear dagger in my mind. I looked down at my left wrist. There, etched into my skin, fresh and red and angry, was a tattoo. Not my name, but a single, stark word. Owned. A cold, hollow laugh echoed in the room. I looked up. Mark was standing in the corner, shrouded in shadows, watching me. He was no longer smiling. His face was a mask of cold, triumphant satisfaction. "You are awake," he said, his voice flat, devoid of any pretense of warmth. "Good. We have a lot of time to get to know each other. Emily, an eternity, in fact." I tried to move, to stand, to run, but my body felt heavy, sluggish. I was weak, helpless. He stepped out of the shadows, and in the dim light, I saw his left arm. The tattoo was still there, my name, Emily, stark and clear. But now, beneath it, in the same elegant script, was a new name. A name I did not recognize. And beneath that, a faint, almost imperceptible outline, as if waiting to be filled in. A blank canvas for the next victim, the next chosen. My eyes fell on my own marked wrist, the word own mocking me. I understood then. I was not just a part of his collection, I was a piece of art, a display, a permanent fixture. There was no escape, no out, only the cold, concrete walls, the dim, flickering light, and the terrifying certainty that I was just another name etched into a madman's skin, waiting for the next one to join me in this silent, suffocating museum of the lost. And somewhere out there, another Emily or a Sarah or a Chloe was about to swipe right, and her name, too, would already be waiting, already written.